Good morning, y'all. Hi, Donnie. Is your little puppy with you today?
He will be in 3 minutes. He's outside being walked at the moment.
Nice. I have 4 dogs, so I'm a dog lover.
Oh wow!
I'm crazy. They're
He's a
all
lot to keep
little.
up with. One is a lot. One can be a lot to keep up with.
They're little, so they keep each other entertained, and one of them is almost 14. He'll be 14 next week, and he's a tripod. Um, so he's just kind of a lump on a log, and my husband says he doesn't really count as a dog because he just lays there.
Yeah, my dog's not super motivated either. He's pretty lazy until it's feeding time. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. My little man is spoiled rotten. He gets carried to be put outside, and then he can go outside. He doesn't do the hardwoods or the stairs. So other than that, he kind of gets carried around the house. So he's spoiled rotten.
Yeah. So is my dog. He's at the top of the list. Then the kids, my wife, and then I'm somewhere way down below them.
Exactly. The way it should be. Dogs rule the world.
That's it.
Hey everybody. Good morning. So today's going to be a long day for y'all, but the good news is you guys will have this class done in 3 weeks instead of 4, like most people. Usually this is a 4-week class. While you guys are all popping in, I'm going to try and take roll. Cece's here too. She just stepped out of the room for a second. So I'm going to go ahead and mute. I just wanted to say good morning. Dolores, welcome. I know you're auditing with us today. Stacy told us, so we're glad to have you. So I'm going to take some roll.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Jill's taking roll so we can get this party started. Tell me something good. How'd you do since Thursday?
I was able to go in and do a
Jennifer, I can't hear you, dear.
Oh, you can't?
We can hear.
And I wanted to.
They can hear her. They can hear me. They all can hear me.
I can't hear you.
She must have you on mute.
We can hear her.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. What she says, is your computer audio turned off? Oh, and
be muted.
I took it off, mute, and I unmuted me. But something. Yeah, it's on. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now. I'm sorry, Jennifer.
No problem. I was just going to say that whoever the other day gave the tip for the Marty Miller, I think is his name, the videos.
Yeah.
Those were amazing. I spent pretty much all day yesterday going through his 66 day. I got to like day 10. I went through like 10 videos, but he taught us how to make a smart plan.
Yep.
And then do a campaign. Who was it that gave us those?
Me.
Jill did.
Thank you so much. He's amazing. I love his videos. I would highly recommend looking at those. He walked us through a whole campaign, which of course you have to have a listing to have a campaign, but I don't have a listing yet. But when I do, I'll know how to market it. So it was great.
So here's a tip. Find an agent in your office that will let you advertise their listing.
That's what I was going to, yeah, he did that. I was going to do that.
They will, there's definitely people out there. Their whole job and objective is to sell their house. So if you're willing to advertise it, it only helps. So we're going to show you a couple of those videos today that kind of play into the curriculum that Cece's going to go over. So real quick, let me take roll. And as I said before, you guys know the rules. Your camera has to be on. You got to be paying attention. It's CE, all that good stuff. If I do not say your name, I've already marked you as here because I've been doing it as you all pop in. Enide. I'm sorry. Enide. Bunting. Is she here? Okay. Izzy. Is Izzy here? I can't say Izzy's last name, definitely. And my last name's a mess, so nobody can say mine either. So don't worry about it. I'm not going to feel bad because I don't care if anyone can't say my name. Cassandra, McConnell, Luis, Olga, Ronald, Ryan, there you are.
The question in that chat was asked, did anyone get a different login? And some people are saying, yes, I was in a different meeting.
Oh, it's the exact same login for every single class.
Somehow there was something sent to the email for December 7th, and it took us to a whole nother room.
Yeah. Lori sent a link for a different meeting, and I was in that one trying to wait for the host to open it up. I've been sitting in there.
I wasn't the only one that did that. Okay.
No, I was sitting in there. I'm like, okay, the meeting got started.
I went there first and then was like, oh, I think it's this one.
Yeah, a lot of people might be confused. I responded to Lori to let her know that the link is for the license class on Monday. Because I think I'm signed up for the license class on Monday. And so she was sending me emails for the license class. And then she was also sending emails for this class. So I think she got them mixed up.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Lori's a great help to try to facilitate, but it's a lot. And there have been some mistakes. And I am so sorry that y'all have been victims of them. We knew nothing about another room or
As long
no.
as you guys are aware and don't hold us accountable. I mean,
Yeah, I just don't want to be held like
We're
counted
not
absent.
gonna hold you responsible for something that we've screwed up. So no worries.
I mean, Cece and I were here on Thursday at 5 o'clock, right? Okay, real quick again. Izzy, are you here? Enid, are you here? Cassandra, Luis, Olga, Ronald, Tanika, Jacqueline.
I'm here. And Ariel Wang, she's trying to get in. I just sent her the link to the right room, but she was trying to get in. Ariel Wang.
Somebody has texted me too, so.
Ariel, why do I not?
I'm here. Elise is here, but I'm actually on my phone, so I'm trying to get off and get onto with my laptop. So if you see me, thank you.
Okay. So you know what? I'm gonna wait a couple minutes to take pictures, y'all.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
But it's not your fault, so it shouldn't affect you or your credit.
It's not our fault.
And it's not me or Cece. Okay. Let's see. We're up to 38 people. That's good. I think we're still missing a couple. So Jennifer shared her tip that she really enjoyed the Marty Miller videos. Did anyone else have something that has sunk in since Thursday night that you learned from Cece or from me, or something that you want to share that other people should be looking into?
I also did a campaign this week, but different. In the Peachtree Road office, they had a holiday card class this week where they showed us how you can do direct mailings from command. So I did my first direct mail campaign with a holiday card, like a 4x6 postcard just saying happy holidays and like my name and stuff is on the back. And I sent it out to 171 people in my neighborhood, and they're only 59 cents each.
That's awesome.
So I'm excited to see. I know that they say when you're farming your neighborhood, you have to like touch them like probably once a month. But I'm excited to see how that goes. And it was so easy. Like you did it all from your computer, and as soon as they're done printing it, they'll mail it out for you, which is like phenomenal.
So really, you guys, a first class stamp is 50 cents, right? I mean, postcard stamps are a little bit cheaper, but I mean, you're talking about 59 cents for the printing, the labeling, the postage, and the shipping for you. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I just was like, okay, I'll spend at max $100 and see what that would get me. And it got 171 mailings. So
that's awesome. That's a great investment for $100.
Yeah, I'm real proud of you, Brittany. That's good. Very good.
Okay, I'm going to let Cece, I'm not going to let Cece get started. I'm going to take screenshots because we are about 10 minutes after.
It's all good.
Oh, yeah, and we've got 40 people here. So we should be good. So smile. Let me get myself together here real quick. Almost done. Hang on.
Most definitely. Darn, why didn't I think of that?
Okay. You're all good. Go, Cece.
Go. Okay. I so appreciate you first. Okay. It's Saturday morning. Nobody wants to be up this early and sitting in front of the computer. So I applaud you for being so committed to this journey and to your career. So good job. Good job. Today we're going to talk all about prospecting. How are we going to generate new business? And so a lot of what we talked about on Thursday night is going to be revisited, but in a little bit more detail. Okay? So let me grab my stuff. All right, first of all, let me ask, how many of you really spent some time on your mission work? Did you do some good work? Do you have any ahas, or do you have any questions about anything that you learned through that process? Anything we could mastermind around or share with each other?
I'll just say that the lead gen phone calls, they're not as difficult as we put our minds to. They're not. They are.
They're not, Anthony, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because people really do want to talk to us. They do. And we've just convinced ourselves that they don't for some reason. And so I appreciate you saying that. And the only way you're going to know that is how?
Do it.
Just
do it. Yeah.
That's
I started with my barber, and he had 1,001 real estate questions for me, and I was just like, wow, I didn't even know you were this interested in real estate.
There you go. That is really good, Anthony. Who else? Anybody?
I agree. I started, calling folks and reaching out, and after, I didn't get maybe one good response, I paused, and I just said to myself, no, keep going, just do it. It's numbers game, and you do it. And then after a while, I just got into a groove. So I definitely agree that you just have to get over that hump.
That's very good. And it's like I mentioned to you on Thursday, with the whole scenario of the sales clerk offering their help, right? May I help you? And that being rejected initially, right? And so it's just a timing issue. And so you can't ever, I always would laugh to say, that clerk doesn't go in the back stock room and break down and, have a sob and, say, I can't do this, right? No, they don't. They just go to the next one, right? They go to the next one. And that's the mentality that we have to have, is they're not rejecting us. They don't even know us for the most part, right? They're just rejecting the timing of the offering of our services, right? So that's really good. But I'm just proud of you just to do it, right? You just got to do it, because they get easier and easier. And what happens is you get better and better at just having the conversation, especially if you're trying to work from these scripts. The more you rehearse these scripts, the more they become more natural for you, right? They become more of how you would actually, want to talk to people, because you've gotten comfortable with what you're actually saying. So did you track any of your numbers? Were you loyal to doing some of your 10-4? I know it's only been a day in the between, but like I said, any little bit that you are putting forth is progress, and that's what we're working for every day, is just to be progressing. All right, so today we're going to talk about prospecting. And if you want to flip to if you're in your materials, I'm going to go straight to page 13, because the challenge with the virtual environment is, a lot of this is activity based, and it is supposed to be, managed in the classroom. So having you sit there and make calls, we could do that. And if we have extra time at the end of our time together today, then maybe that's what we'll go back and focus on. But if you're not prepared to do that, then that just becomes wasted time. Bless you, Jill. All right, so let's talk about just getting your head in the game, right? So in our session 2, you continue to commit to do these activities, and touch on your campaigns. And so we've already started talking about the campaigns, but it says, why is active lead generation important? We talked about this. This is like a refresher real quick on, why is lead generation important?
I think it's to create a steady flow of business.
Absolutely, Ryan. Absolutely. That will eliminate what we talked about with that roller coaster. And it also allows for you to stay engaged, right, with the relationships that you have. Because what we learned also from session 2 was if there is a lengthy disconnect, you have an opportunity to lose that business to someone else. So, actively lead generating every day keeps your pipeline full. It keeps your engagement with your database. And because of the random timing, you may land an opportunity just simply because your call came in like right at the moment their life event prompted them to really need to somebody to talk about real estate services. So what do you think is different about the lead generation of a successful agent compared to the not so successful agent?
Consistency.
Consistency. That's good, Selena.
Organization.
Organization. Very good. And simply just a commitment to the daily responsibility of doing some form of lead generation. Right? So if you look on page 14, you will see that there is a picture of a funnel. Why do you suppose we look at our opportunity as a funnel? What would be your best guess here, huh?
Well, you want to move a prospect through the process that results in a sale.
Correct. And the reason we operate with the funnel is it's proposing just visually that we actually have to have a lot of leads, because once they are worked through the process, naturally fewer actually come out to a payday, right? So the funnel is representing the work needs to be done at the top of the funnel to get as many leads. Quantity of leads will develop the quality of the leads, right? So our objective certainly is we want to take them from that lead where hopefully we continue to fill that area of the funnel. And then through qualifying them and communicating with those leads and staying in touch, we achieve the appointment. And if you've ever been in sales, I shy away from thinking that that's what we do, because we're truly consultative in the nature of how we operate. But sales in and of itself requires for you to, the main objective is to get the appointment, because we're not making the truer progress unless we can get in a face-to-face or in a Zoom in our world today, in an appointment setting, so that we can then start doing those things that are important, like needs analysis. If you're working with a buyer, we need to know what they can afford, what they're looking for, or if it's a seller, right? The listing appointment, we want to be able to go through helping them prepare their home for sale, talk about pricing, talking about your marketing strategies, but none of that gets to happen until you get that appointment, right? So the appointment is the main goal of the working the leads. And then once we get the appointment, of course, we want to move on to getting that agreement, whether it be a buyer brokerage agreement or whether it be the listing agreement, because we know that once we get the agreement, now we have a committed client that has agreed to work with us exclusively, so that we then have the opportunity to move it through to a contract and then a payday, right? So the visual there is it takes a lot of leads to get to the smaller part of the funnel for those drips. And so the continuum of filling that funnel is what lead generation is doing every day, so that we can all the while be working them through that system to where they continuously drip like an annoying faucet, right? We want business dripping out of there every day. So let's talk a little bit about the benefits of your prospecting, right? Because you have your sphere, and we're going to talk about that in a few minutes. But you also need to be continually filling that funnel, because if you worked with just your sphere, eventually you would tap out on your opportunities. So we're all the while growing that audience of people within our database so that we have a continuum of opportunity. And let's talk about, right, what are some of the benefits? So what do you think? Give me some ideas. What are the benefits of prospecting? Prospecting is critical to your business. So what do you think?
To develop new customers.
To develop new customers. And to your point, Brittany, does it have to be expensive?
No.
No. And quite honestly, calling into your database, into your sphere, does that cost anything? No. And a lot of times, you know, you've already invested a lot of money with your licensing process, your testing process, you know, launching your business, joining your board, different things like that. And so the truth is, we don't want you to have to spend any more money if you don't have to, which is one of the wonderful things that Keller Williams has done for their agents, is because with our turnkey technologies and so many of the resources that we have available to our agents, you really don't need to spend any money, except that would be like you invested in a print postcard, right? But so much of what we can do is electronically delivered, so then you're not incurring any cost at all. Jill's going to talk to us a little bit later about another area that you could spend a little money if you were interested in doing some social media ads. We'll touch on that here, because that's another great option for you as you build your database. What else? You know, when you are prospecting, it's putting you in control of filling your pipeline, right? Instead of sitting back and waiting for somebody to call you, you are proactively making sure that you have a continuum of pipeline leads. And like we mentioned, the more you do this, the more confidence you become to develop around what you're saying and how you're saying it, right? So it keeps you in direct contact with the market too, right? And it protects against any market shifts, because that was what I spoke to yesterday. Remember, I told you the heartbreaking story of many agents back in the last economic shift, where they had gotten away from their proactive prospecting, and they were coasting along on the relationships or the business that they already had coming to them. Well, when the market shifted and that stopped, they really had a struggle with having to reactivate all of their prospecting methods and lead generation strategies. So that's the thing. We don't want to ever let that get stale. The other thing is, what we know for sure, if you think even through the process of a transaction, right? We start off with this, you know, leads, appointments, and agreements and contracts, but you also have to know that that takes time. So even if I were to have a buyer client today, I would not only have to qualify them on what they're capable of purchasing, do their needs analysis, but then I would have to start showing them homes. I would have to start making and negotiating offers. And so at best, you're looking at, even when you have a live person right, ready, willing, and able to buy or sell, it's going to take you, you know, that 45 days potentially, maybe some bit longer, to actually move them through the funnel. So why we always say what we do today is going to show up 60, 90 days later. And so if we aren't creating a good, consistent lead generation habit, then we aren't going to have business. We're going to wake up 60 days down the road and we won't have new business to start working through that process. So that's why we just don't ever take our foot off the pedal. We have to continually be, working on what's coming next. Now, that's not to say you don't get to enjoy victory in the moment, right? Most of us don't do that enough because we live in anticipation of next. Don't get in that habit either, right? Celebrate your successes all the way, because otherwise this business becomes overwhelming and a little consuming, and you don't want that to be the case because you'll get burnout, right? So let's talk about the 4 C's of prospecting. If anybody's looked ahead in their materials, somebody might be able to answer these questions for me. So what's the first C?
Capture.
Capture. That's right. I'm on page 16 of your materials. And what is capture, right? What does capture represent?
You get their information.
Correct. And so now we realize how important good detailed information is, right? We want to capture as much information as we possibly can. And that is a great call to make into your relationships, into your sphere right now. How many of you have ever received an email that says, I'm updating my address book, right? And it's asking you for current information. Well, that might be a good project for you to do similarly to make sure that you are asking of them more than maybe you've already asked of them, with getting the more detailed information, anniversaries, birth dates, things of that nature. Another great exercise, and I've laughed about this because I have done it, is how many of you can pull up all those contacts in your telephone right now, and how many of you know every person that's in there? Oh, that's Sally, that's Joe, I know where I met them, I know how we got, who introduced me, all that stuff, right? That is a huge opportunity for you, because most of us, over years of accumulating just names and telephone numbers, we quite honestly might not even be able to remember the details of that relationship. And wouldn't it be fun to make some calls to those people and say, right, hey, this is Cece. I'm circling back. I'm cleaning up my contacts in my phone, and I came across your name and number. And I know it's probably been a long time, but quite honestly, I'm not quite sure, right? Where did we meet? How do I know you, right? And it makes for a very funny conversation, because they'll say, oh, Cece, you remember when we were planning Mary's baby shower, right? They hooked us up because we were in charge of so-and-so, right? I mean, these things happen, right? We've been put together with people over the course of time. But if nothing else, if it doesn't go anywhere to keep them in your phone, you at least eliminate them, and you're no longer bogged down with information that you're never going to utilize, right? Or that's never going to serve you well. So right now you have a tremendous prospect list to be able to call into if you will make it a fun game for yourself and not make it uncomfortable for yourself, right?
Cece, I had an interesting realization. Now I'm kind of kicking myself, because every so often I'll scrub my Facebook list or scrub my cell phone, and I get rid of people I don't know. And so now I'm kind of kicking myself thinking, oh, this could have been potential prospects.
Absolutely, Ryan. Absolutely. And I love that you speak to that, because that's the mind shift that's going to have to start taking place in all of you. Because now things are going to be different, right? Everybody is a potential piece of business. Everybody. And that's what they say. Who do you call? Anybody, everybody, all the bodies, right? Because Everybody's going to need housing. Everybody is interested and curious about real estate trends, and everybody is an opportunity. So then we're going to connect, right? That's the second C. We're going to capture the information and we're going to connect with them. And of course, that was the whole purpose of that conversation we just had was, connecting, identifying if there is an opportunity there, but more importantly, just establishing a relationship, because it's a timing issue, remember? If not now, there will be a time when they will appreciate knowing you because you're their resource for real estate. And then there's the close, right? Finally, we want to close them for the appointment. We want to hopefully, get to the buy or the sell. And then the cultivate being the fourth C, that falls somewhere. Sometimes that falls in between connect and close because we continue to cultivate the relationship because maybe we haven't gotten the appointment, or it is also what we want to do after we close with them, because that is where a lot of agents miss their greater opportunity, is they neglect the clients that they have already served. And those people are your biggest fans, right? Well, we hope so. We hope they've had a wonderful experience and that they are so proud to tell of it to their friends and to other people. But I will tell you, I have worked in this industry a long time, and many an agent really never develops their database and they never nurture those past clients, and they miss so much business. Remember yesterday I told you the statistic of the NAR, the National Association of Realtors, survey that they do every year. And we've gotten up to as much as 97% of the buying public would use their agent again, and yet we fall into the 80% of somewhat that they actually do. And the only reason that is the case is because the agent has neglected nurturing that relationship. And yeah, is it a long-term plan? Absolutely. But that's why we have these wonderful campaigns that put the touches on autopilot for you, right? Because you can't possibly do it at a consistent and high level if you don't have a system around how you're managing that. So our main objective, of course, your building business conversation is to get the appointment or get a referral. The referral business referrals are just gifts. I love referrals because those are the ones that you can give and get compensated for and get the lion's share of what would come from that commission, because you then are just paying a referral fee to the sender of that referral. So this is where you have a greater opportunity to reach out to all of your relationships all over the country, because there is always movement, people moving from one part of the country to the other. And Keller Williams has a phenomenal referral network system built within our resources. And so once you start making relationships with agents in other parts of the country, you have then a trusted referral source. And simply by the fact that they're with KW is going to give you some level of understanding around, who they are, who they want to be, because of our culture within our organization. They're going to be trained well, and they're going to be taught to do things the right way. And so handing off a client to another KW agent should be peaceful for you and not, a worry. But referral checks are sweet to get. They are so sweet because you hand off the referral and you don't have to think about it again until the check arrives. So referrals are really serious business and can certainly add to your annual gross commission income. All right. So let's talk a little bit in depth about these different C's, right? So capture, we talked a little bit about it, but on page 17, it's talking about how we have holes in the information that we have on people. And you know what? We laughed because we realized that we want to teach you to focus on listings, right? Listings is really the foundational piece of your business. And if you haven't been told that, of course, you will be. Because listings, if you even think about it logically, you can manage 10, 15 listings at one time. But you'd be hard pressed to be running around 10 or 15 buyers, negotiating, not getting that opportunity, renegotiating, re-showing property. Buyers are very time consuming. So when we think about what is leverage for us right off the bat, it's listings. Because listings work for you when you're not having to work, and they attract buyers. So we tell you to focus on the listing side of the business. And when we did a recent class around focusing on listings, we recognized that most of our database doesn't even have home addresses, right? We have email addresses and we have telephone numbers, but we really don't even know where these people live. How would we know to get their listing? Right? How would we know we even want to if we don't know their street address? So that in and of itself is a great exercise for you as you're building your database. Even if you went through all your sphere and just asked for home addresses. And right now is a perfect time to do it, because it's understandable that you might want to send them a Christmas card, or you might want to send them a Happy New Year type of acknowledgement. So it's not unusual for us to be calling into our databases, into our sphere, and asking for those home addresses. And that is imperative to us being able to more effectively farm, right? Because we need to know what community they live in, so that we can know and better serve them in all ways, right? But that's the whole depth of getting into that capture a little bit deeper, is making sure that we are creating data that gives us a warm opportunity to stay in contact. For instance, we talk about when they Jill spoke to it yesterday, on Thursday, when you're putting in that and you see home anniversary, right? So if you sold someone a house, you would want to make sure that you updated their contact information to have that home anniversary date for a lot of reasons. One is a great touch is sending out their notification that they need to file their homestead exemption, right? So they get the tax benefit from that being their primary residence. And so that's a great touch. And wow, what value if an individual, first of all, isn't aware of what the process is, or that they have forgotten that the timing is such they need to do it before April 1st of every year, right? So that is a great touch. And also, it just helps you monitor. Remember, we said people want to start making moves between, well, it used to be pretty statistically 7 to 9 years, right? People are going to start considering making a move. Well, if you have those home anniversary dates, you definitely know when that timing might be such that you would want to maybe put a little more, attention into that particular contact. So any, birthdays, children's names, like I mentioned, I was flattered that my physician knew my children's names. I figured it out, of course, after I realized that it was a system that he had that made me feel special. And that's exactly what you're doing, right? You're creating a system to where you make this so much more personal than maybe it even is, right? But you can make them feel that way. And to be honest, that's what makes this business so much more enjoyable, right? Because we actually are doing business with our friends, with people that we actually care about. And it's not just, one and done type mentality. And then, of course, connecting, right? So this is, I'm going to read to you. Successful real estate agents understand how important it is to connect with people, and they refine this skill by doing it often and consistently. Your goal in the connect step is to approach an individual in a way that builds rapport and trust. So all that we just talked about are strategies for doing that. But here's a few more, right? In that connection conversation, we are getting details to add to our database. And it says, if you would, please tell me a little bit about your family. Well, remember we used the FORD acronym: family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. If you stay within that mindset and you can, conduct your conversation leading to get more information in all those areas, you'll really beef up your database, right? And then we want to know what their wants and their needs are and their plans. And so we can get information around that. Pinpoint their location, right? Where they want to go, where they'd like to be. And determine their motivation. This is huge, people, because we want to prioritize our activities to serve the people who are in a quicker mindset of making a move or selling their home or buying, because it would be a waste of our time to be focusing a lot of attention on people that now from the motivation conversation really are okay. They might move if the ideal situation came along. Well, we're not going to go show them property, right? Because we're not going to, pray that they find that one in a million when they're not even looking. So that's a great way to prioritize. Get a feel for their timeline and then assess their expectations. So the connection conversation is a fun one to have, actually, because you're gathering information, but you're also deepening the relationship, right? And then, of course, we want to get to that close. This is where people struggle. Why would you think that would be true? It's one thing to chit-chat. It's one thing to have a nice conversation. But how do you have this move them into action? Right?
When you close, you have to actually ask for the business.
That's exactly right, Anthony. You have to always be asking for the business. You'll figure out, techniques around it not feeling so pushy. But yeah, and that, I'm telling you, this is where we all get cold feet. This is where the agent, they will not ask for the business. They'll make the calls. They'll have a great conversation. They're building a good database, but without asking for the business, they don't move it forward, right? And so here's some different closes. Here's some different ways to approach that. Before I move forward with this, somebody talk to me, right? Tell me, what would be your biggest anxiety or reservation around asking for the business?
It's always, for me, it's always rejection.
It's always.
You say it's always about the rejection? Right. Okay, so we remind ourselves that do we really care that much about that particular opportunity? Right? I mean, it is just one in the list of 50 people we're going to call today, right? You shouldn't put so much weight into the individual. It's the collective, right, that matters. And this is a numbers game. So, the more, it's just like, in sports, I use baseball because we use the terminology at bats, right? But it's, we want the at bats And the numbers are going to prove that eventually I'm going to hit my home run. I'm going to get the, double. I'm going to do, what I need to do. But if I don't get the at bat, I don't even have the opportunity, right? So that's what it is. So don't dwell so much on missing that, right? It's just like, okay, I struck out. All right, I just moved to the next person and I start the process again. Because if I do that consistently, I am going to get the wins. We're going for the yes. You hear that a lot, right? We can have 10 no's, but when we get to that yes, it changes everything. So that's what you just focus. Yes.
I know a salesman that what he goes as far as he goes for the no. He knows, okay, if I get 5 no's, for every 5 no's, I get a yes. So he actually tracks the no's because it tells him when he's about due for a yes.
Wes, I love that you mentioned that, because if you recall, I spoke to you about developing your formula for success. And if you're tracking your activity, you know when the yes is coming. See, he knows that statistically, based on his track record, that after he has gotten 5 no's, he's going to get a yes. And the added value in knowing that is that you work on your conversion. You work on becoming better scripted. You work on maybe saying things differently that might generate a different result. So that's where in tracking those numbers is very important. And to your point, not worrying about the no's, because you're going to start realizing that the no's just get to the yes.
Very yes. For me, when I really think about it, it's not so much that I'm afraid to get the no's. I don't like putting people in an awkward position. I feel funny about that part of it. Like, well, just tell me no, it's no big deal. If it's not the right time, I don't mind, just say it, But I feel really weird, especially putting people I'm really friends with in that weird position for them.
So a couple of things, Bonnie, that's very valid, right? So sometimes address the elephant in the room, right? I mean, even if you said what you said, if this is a friend, look, I'm perfectly okay if the answer's no. Let's just get to it, right? And say, but I would really like the opportunity to talk to you about, or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Just get that out of the way. Because if that's what's holding you back, you got to get it out of the way. And the other thing that I did early in my career was I would say, if it was a friend or a relationship, a family member, whatever it was, I would go in with say, hey, Bonnie, this is Cece. Listen, I've got my work hat on today. Okay, we're separating now. I'm calling you for business. So we don't have to have an awkwardness, right? I'm not trying to infringe on my personal to blend in my professional. I'm telling you right up front, I've got my work hat on today, and I was hoping to be able to talk to you about, and you go right into your scripts. So now,
I love that.
Good.
I was just saying I love that, because I agree with Bonnie 100%. I'm less concerned about the strangers. I'm more concerned about my girlfriends being like, oh, Brittany's hitting me up for business. But I love that, like, whole let's get the elephant out of the room, and also I have my work hat on. Like, I'm totally going to use that.
Well, great. I hope you all will try it. Yes.
One thing that I think about, we all have friends who sell something. How do we feel about that? I'm not totally, if I want to buy, I will. If I don't, I won't. And I think our friends probably feel that way about us as well. If they're interested, they'll engage us. If not, they won't.
So Audra, there's a perfect opportunity for you. You could say, I know how I feel about such and such and so, right? And so I'm okay if that's the reaction I get, because You know what? And not make it so personal, right? Because it's not about them. It's just you're not interested in what they're selling, right? But that's also another great training point for you is don't sell past the close, right? I mean, sometimes you need to just accept the fact that they're not interested and learn how to feel that and then to move on, right?
What I'd like to add is most of the time you will know when to connect and when to present that opportunity. And part of connecting isn't just always calling them and letting them know what you need from them. It might be in the conversation and they say something, or at the end, well, you know what, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to connect with you and share how I may be able to help. Allow me to show you how I work and earn your business. However, should you decide that now is not the time, will you do me a favor and just let me know? Something like that, because you're still letting them know what you need from them, but it doesn't seem like you're just, oh, I want to have this conversation, but I don't know if it's the right time.
That's very good. Very good.
Cece, I have for those people who are in the business, like Cece and others of you, in my opinion, real estate buying and selling can be really personal. Maybe people don't want you to know how much they're paying for their home. Finances, credit challenges might come up. How do you overcome those concerns, especially with your more personal relationships?
That's a very valid question, Audra. And what you would remember, we are always coming from contribution, right? We're always coming from a caring, helpful mindset. So that being the case, we will relay that in our conversation, right? There's another elephant. And so what you want to do is say, I respect the fact that, and you are so right, this is a very personal and emotional relationship when we get to help people buy and sell real estate. And so you would just say that, I respect the fact that you may not be comfortable sharing all your information with me, and you don't have to. Let me refer you to my lender. Let me refer you to someone that can help educate you on that. Our job, if you recall, is to help them make a good decision about buying and selling real estate. We don't have to get into the depth of all of that, right? And so if you just address it with them and say, I respect the fact that you might be uncomfortable, sometimes that totally disarms them and they become more comfortable just because you've said that, right? Now all of a sudden they're recognizing that you're caring about them and that you care about them being comfortable. And so sometimes that totally disarms them and they get more comfortable with actually sharing with you, right? Yeah. Just remember, this is a relationship, right? This is building that healthy mutual respect and a mutually beneficial working relationship, right? Yeah, but those are all very good questions, and I'm so glad that you were comfortable to present them. And if anybody else has one, please feel free. Now let's look at these different ways that we can actually close, right? With some language that might make you a little more comfortable. So the hard close, of course, is just cutting to the chase. Let's meet. Let's meet. Right? The soft close would be using a little bit more diplomacy. We might say, I've really enjoyed visiting with you. When would you like to get together to discuss this further? Right? It's the same thing, just said differently. So then the direct close is when we really go in and say, can we meet today or would tomorrow be better? Right? And sometimes people respond well to that. That's the other thing. You're going to have to get comfortable with all these different types of close because you're going to be dealing with so many different behavioral styles and personalities that, you're types are what we call a strong D personality. They're direct, they're bottom line, no nonsense. Don't tell me how to make the clock, just tell me what time it is, right? You know, they just want the answer. Well, then a direct close might be just what they're hoping for. So you have to kind of feel your audience to be able to know maybe which one of these you would use. The indirect close, would it be okay, right? Would it be okay if I got you some information to look over and then we can meet to discuss, right? The trial close. I think you would agree, that's an embedded command, by the way. I think you would agree. People agree with people who say that and start shaking their head, right? I think you would agree that we have gone over enough today. That meeting would be set up next. A meeting would be our next step, right? And then the assumptive close. I love this one, right? We use it a lot in just life in general. But it sounds like we should meet. I'm available most times this week, so what works best for you? That one's comfortable, right? And then, of course, you have we call it the takeaway, but this is, oh no, that's the next one. The negative, positive close. This is a soft one, too. Would you be offended if I asked if we could meet to go over this? Audra, that might, too, be another way to speak to some of those things that are uncomfortable, right? You know, would you be offended if? That then affords you, you know, that's an information getting type of approach to it, because you learn a lot from their answer. And then the take back, or the takeaway as we call it. This is, I've really enjoyed visiting with you. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can be of help or not, but I'd be honored if we could meet to find out. Then we call it the takeaway because it's kind of like I'm asking, but I'm pulling back too. And then the tie down, wouldn't it make sense for us to meet? Wouldn't it make sense? Shaking your head, in the next day or so to meet. And then the alternative choice close. This is, what works better for you? Meeting today, sometime this afternoon, or tomorrow morning?
I had a question.
Yes, Jennifer.
So maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I just want to see. So what I'm concerned about is I can do this part, but then I feel like my presentation might not be really good. Are we going to go over, like, when you do meet for coffee, what to do?
Absolutely. Your next class is actually, it starts with working with the seller. So it's going to be the listing presentation, the initial conversation. Then you're, of course, going to learn how to price effectively. You're going to learn how to market, and then you're going to start working with buyers on the buy side, and it's going to all be about that needs analysis, learning what their wants and needs are, making sure they can qualify for what they want, that type of thing. So this journey takes you really from, you know, A to Z with everything. You'll be thoroughly introduced. Now, yeah, we're going to have to perfect our skill in the different areas, but you'll be introduced enough to where then you'll be able to know what you don't even know today, right? At least, and start working towards perfecting that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thanks.
And the beautiful thing of that is you're being taught by some are, you know, top performing agents that are in the business. And so you're not only getting the book smart, but you're getting some street smart along with it, right? Because they're sharing their experiences. And then, of course, cultivate. We've done a lot of work around cultivating, right? It says that in your material, the relationship established here will continue to build as you keep in touch and perhaps eventually do business together. And you want the relation to keep building. People who like you will do business with you and refer more business to you. So we've talked a lot about that. So we're going to move into now really drilling in and helping you identify what would you, embody within your sphere, right? Who is your sphere of influence? We talk about that a lot. We act like, those people are, just sitting ready and willing for us to work with them. But who really is in that sphere? Sometimes we don't think big enough.
Friends, family, and colleagues?
That's right, Rachel. Yes. And beyond that, if you look in your materials on page 21, you start seeing that it's starting to give you ideas that you might not think of first. So yeah, friends, family, and colleagues, right? But what if it was your mechanic, right? What if it's your kid's karate teacher? What if it is the dry cleaner, your hair professional, right? Your banker, your doctor, your teachers, your kids' teachers, right? How about the people that you support their business? Like your insurance salesman or your any other service that you go tax preparer, all the different people that you support their business. And so why not ask them to support yours? And then you see from that diagram that it's never about one piece of business, because you may have one relationship, but that person then has their sphere that you can tap into. And so that's what I always say, even when you're a new agent and you might get a rental opportunity, right? Well, that's not what we aspire for, but it is a piece of business, and it's a great training ground because a tenant is a future buyer, and the process looks a little similarly on the front end, right? But I always tell the agents, never underestimate the value of a piece of business, no matter how big or how small, because it's never about just that piece of business. It's about what can happen from that piece of business that then will broaden your opportunities, right? And that's why we can serve whatever level of home purchase price, because just because, that young adult that is buying their first property may only be in in today's world, people buy pretty nicely for first time, but if it was just $100,000, or $150,000, we do the math. We realize that we're not going to get the greatest return, but that young adult has parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles and other friends their age, and so that one piece of business, while it might not appear to be the most attractive on the front end, could domino into tremendous opportunity. You follow that, right? So let's take a few minutes. I'm going to ask you to actually do this. And on page 22, there's a little worksheet that you have in your materials. And if you don't have materials in front of you or they're not in print format, all you got to do is just get a piece of paper. But let's start really stretching our minds to think around who is in our sphere and who have we maybe neglected in including in building our database.
Okay, down. How are you doing?
Pretty good. I'm realizing I didn't include a lot of professional connections in my database.
See, that makes me happy. It's working. It will be interesting to see if any of you, who did you think of that you might not have ever thought of just by going through the exercise and putting your mind to it? What types of relationships did you uncover?
All of the real estate agents I've done business with, the mortgage and title inspectors that I never sent anything to send them business, and then nothing else until I have the next contract. My neighbors. I still haven't done what I need to do with farming my own code, even though I saw a for sale sign for another agent in my own code last year.
Yeah.
I put that on the back burner. So, yeah.
Yep. Who else?
About my personal services until I saw it here. I haven't really gone out for like hair and nails and lashes and stuff, but those people are people that I used to be in constant contact with that I met other people. So I put those people down.
That's great.
Gonna make my next lash appointment so we can reconnect.
Now you have a double meaning to get back out there and get those things done. Yeah. Bonnie?
I thought of my doctor because she's right near, she works near me. Her office is near my house, and her child goes to my school. So we have two things in common, you know? So I definitely need to reach out to her. I would have never thought of her without the chart. So it was great.
And so, Bonnie, you know, doctors typically buy high end, and they have a lot of other doctor friends.
Good point. Yes.
So you see the value in that, because, you know, the way an agent gives themselves a raise, right?
How's that? By referrals?
Targeting a higher price point.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Good point. Thank you.
Good point. That's right. Good. I'm so glad. Well, good. Then the exercise proved valuable to us. We're going to listen. Let me also speak to this, peeps, because they didn't really plan for you to have a break in the time frame. Are y'all all under the understanding that today is going from 9 to 3:30?
With a 30-minute break.
With a 30-minute break for lunch? Is that what you understand? So with that being the case, they didn't allow for us to have our morning 15-minute break, and they didn't allow for the afternoon 15-minute break. So I only say that to say, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Make it quick. Come back. Let us see your faces as soon as possible so that we don't make you miserable for 3 hours, right? But we don't really have a scheduled break. And so I just wanted to speak to that to let you know that we understand that you might have to take a minute. So if you do, then then do. Just make sure you get right back to us, okay?
Oh, I get my coffee.
There you go. All right. So now we're going to talk a little bit about time blocking. Who has ever been in a role, a position, another career to where they have effectively used time blocking? Now, my teachers probably could speak to that. Any of you educators, I would think.
I was just thinking that, CC. So I see Rachel too. I know she can attest to this. We're not allowed to really dismiss beyond a minute or two late. So if we dismiss late, we have another 30 kids out the door waiting to come in. So we live by the clock and die by the clock, like to the minute.
And so, Ryan, I love that you said that too, because that really takes the importance of this to a higher level. If you were, I've always used this in helping agents think through how a day looks for them, right? Because if you were, like yourself, an educator where classes came and went, as soon as that bell rings, you would go into, the next class. And I remember in high school and all, I can still remember all that. It's been a while. But when, you would go from math and the bell would ring to science, from bell would ring to English, right? And you would change, you would step right out and step right in. If we use that same type of discipline in time blocking our activities, right? So, if you're really good at it, you spend, the recommended 3-hour time blocking. If you did that, your first hour, first 45 minutes, whatever, would probably be that you're preparing, right? And then the bell would ring, and then you would move into action, right? And then the bell would ring, and then you would move into close. So to closing out your day, making your notes, setting up your call sheet for the next day. But what happens is, if we don't have that type of structure within that time frame that we've allocated for lead generation, we kind of are all over the place, right? And we make the mistake of leaving our phones on, or receiving calls. We are using our phones for the most part, but you have to totally shut out receiving calls and don't get on your email, because that will or your social media, that just totally takes you out. So there has to be that type of respect to the schedule, Ryan, is what I'm saying, so that you will do what you need to do and you'll do it timely. And then once it's over, you can feel really good about yourself and move on to the next thing. And that's also too, Rachel, as we were talking about on Thursday, the way you have to think around turning off the clock for work related to your education career and work for your business, right? But being as disciplined in your own business, your real estate business, as you are in your educational career, right? And respecting the timelines and respecting what needs to get done, just like you would if you worked for someone else. That's always what I've said is, you have to become the type of employee that you would hire, right? And so you have to then play by the rules like anybody else would, even if they are your own rules. Right? So that is on page 23 in your materials. It talks about how you would segregate your day or your time. And the whole principle behind lead generation in the morning is, as we spoke about, it is because you have your biggest, amount of energy and your firmest resolve to do what needs to be done. But more importantly, you can move on then, and you can check it off and feel good about having invested in your business for 90 days out or for 60 days out. And you can also then have some freedom to orchestrate the rest of your day in doing, appointments in your business or enjoying, life with your family. And I'm sure that in your first class, you were taught about balancing your calendar out by putting all of your personal commitments in first and then building your business in around it. And for those of you who are juggling other responsibilities, that is really important. And that's what I was speaking to with Rachel, because while you might identify that you have limited time to do the things you need to do, that will become apparent and you'll get smarter with the time that you do have. There's actually a video, Jill. Are we ready to roll? This is a video on cold calling with the Real Estate Brothers. You may have heard of the Real Estate Brothers, but Jill's going to run that for us. That'll take a few minutes. Then we can talk about what you took away. So listen and see what you can take away.
What am I doing? I got it. 1 second.
Vache. We're from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. We're the Real Estate Brothers. 2014, we wrote 72 transactions for $47 million. Sean and I are very lucky because we're actually fairly entrepreneurial in sales. So we were able to just sort of survive by luck and by just sort of being likable and nice. We had a decent business that wasn't growing. We did a lot of door knocking originally, but what we found was with bad weather, plus you have to drive to door knock, it was just too much of a wild card. If we were to grow the business, we needed to add people to our database, and if we were gonna do that, we needed a systematic way that we knew we could achieve results that were predictable. So we just kind of started cold calling about 3 hours a day, and we found that the results were phenomenal. Come take a look where we've been this whole time. You can literally do it from your kitchen. It's just more time effective. Yeah. If you're cheap like we are, you don't want to spend a ton of money on the web or in print, telephone lines, you pay a monthly bill and you can call all you want. Why don't you come in here, I'll show you the cold calling room. We've got a map where we've broken the entire city into zones. We like to target areas where we have buyers. It's been scrubbed to the do not call list, and it still represents over 250,000 phone numbers. All of our desks have 3 monitors. We have Mojo in the middle, we have our scripts on the right, and then on the left, do some research on the house they're calling for, stuff like that. Cold calling is like adding jet fuel to your car or something. Like it pumps your business up. We went from making, what was our first year, like 70K, and then this year together we did $1.1 million, so. This is Sean calling from the Real Estate Brothers. You know what, I'm so sorry to bug you today, but I just noticed that you live. You have to treat cold calling as though it's an appointment. If you don't prioritize it, things will always find their way in and block you from being able to do it. It's the most important thing you can do for your business. Absolutely most important, and you have to quantify it as well. The bold 100 contacts a week is a really, really cool way to set a bar. To set a bar and get started and stick to it. Whatever your decision is. I was just wondering, has anything changed in your plans? Are you still thinking this spring to get it on the market? You can't think today was a bad cold calling day, because today doesn't matter. What matters is what you accomplish in a year. And if you just keep adding people to your database and systematically follow up with them and take care of the people who you work for, you'll do great. You're not always gonna have great success every day, but it's by doing it every day that you have great success. We're gonna be in the neighborhood for the next 2 weeks giving free evaluations. You know what I'd love to do? I'll say too that one thing that we were afraid of, and I think everyone is just the rejection side of things. People being mean to you on the phone and rude. We have this saying with our team that you're either part of our future or part of our past, and either way it's fine. The people who are rude to us are obviously not gonna be part of our future. Have a chuckle about it. Like honestly, when someone cusses at me or something, I just laugh because it's funny. Hey, do you think that it might make sense for us to book something tentatively for the weekend? The more time you spend not on the phone, you're losing money, because that 3 hours of my day is my 20% where I make my money. Don't get ready to start thinking about how you're gonna eventually do something. Just do it. Like just do it. Done. Stop watching this video. Get off your butt and go start dialing numbers and talking to people. Just get on the phone. Yeah, and if you hate money, don't do it. Yeah. I think.
I don't think we hate money. No. So our only option is to do it, right? Now that was cold calling on steroids, right? I mean, that is tremendous business that they've created and a phenomenal system to do that. And you could do that Or you could do something much smaller and work to that, right? That's not to propose that, little is not as effective. It's still just as effective. You just don't have as many numbers to call right yet, but you will. But people have literally called the phone book. Now, of course, we don't have phone books like that anymore. But there are different systems and ways of getting telephone numbers. So, what did you take away?
You got to do it and not let any distractions keep you from doing it. Otherwise, you're wasting time and losing money.
That's exactly right.
Set a goal.
Where do you get the list of numbers to call people?
Well, there's different resources. We subscribe to a software called Crisscross that actually pulls from tax records, pulls from different resources that you can get a list from. There are other subscriptions that agents can subscribe to that will also provide you that. When we talk about for sale by owners and we talk about expireds, you'll have access to those types of information because those people advertise, or they'll be in your MLS and your FMLS. But the main, one thing that I heard in that he started off when he was calling, he said, I don't mean to bother you. We were talking about lead-ins, right? That made it, I don't want to bother you this morning. I just was curious out. So that's one of those, take the elephant out of the room, right? You go in, you apologize up front. If it's an imposition, that disarms people and gives you an opportunity then to go in and have your conversation.
Can I throw in a Tim Heil thing?
You sure can, Jill.
So there's a man by the name of Tim Heil, and when he was in his early 20s, he started selling real estate. And quickly, he was one of the top individual agents in Keller Williams. And now he has what we call expansion teams, and he is at the top of all of Keller Williams. He's amazing. And Gary Keller interviewed him on stage one time and said, "Hey, Tim, how long do you cold call for? How long do you lead gen?" And he said, "Until I've got an appointment." And Gary said, "No, how long? Hours?" He's like, "I keep calling until I have an appointment. And then on Thursdays, I keep calling until I have 2. So his whole day is calling until he schedules an appointment. If that takes all day, he keeps calling. And it's worked because he is the best of the best and #1 in Keller Williams.
Yep. But the good news is what if that was your goal, like Anthony said? He set a goal and he's going to get 2 appointments. What if you did that in 30 minutes? Could you feel just as good about yourself, right? As opposed to having to have committed all day to it. So, that's another strategy in helping you kind of, as we say, eat the frog, right? I just am going to do it till I get 2 appointments, right? And then make it more of a challenge for yourself, a game out of it, than that responsibility or that burden that we sometimes make it. So now let's talk about ways to prospect for new business, okay? So we're going to start on page 25, prospecting opportunities. And we've had discussed working with your METs and asking for referrals, but once you've contacted all of your personal contacts and any referrals you've received, where are you going to go find more contacts? So far, we have learned different methods for finding, reaching out, and connecting with potential clients. Now we will use this information and focus on different prospecting opportunities. There's another little short video called Finding More Leads, and Jill's going to launch that for us, okay? Listen for opportunity.
Is your #1 job. You have started by calling your METs, your sphere of influence. You have even reached out via social media. But what do you do when you run out of contacts? Where can you find more leads? There are many places you can find additional prospecting opportunities. Think about your children's sporting events or activities. And don't forget about your own organizations and clubs. Your children's school or PTA would be an excellent source for contacts, as well as your place of worship. Even your mechanic. They rely on referrals for their business just like you do. Using these and other sources for prospecting opportunities will lead to more contacts and referrals that will grow your business. More contacts and referrals will lead to more appointments, listings, and closings. This will help you meet and exceed your goals.
So that kind of reiterated a lot of what we've already talked about. So let's go into different ways of finding the business, right? Who has some ideas before we start going through the material? You know, who has some ideas as to different ways of lead generation or prospecting for new business?
Open houses.
Very good, Brittany. Yes. Open houses are a great way to build your database. And if you look at the investment of that time, simply just in that way, yes, would you possibly get somebody that's walking in and ready and willing and able to buy right that minute? Maybe. And that would be so beautiful. But what if you didn't and you sat there for your 2 hours or whatever? But maybe you had 10 people come through the open house, and now you can add 10 people to your database to start nurturing the relationship with. So open houses are great for multiples of reasons. They sharpen your skill, of course, by having multiple conversations. They attract, you know, unrepresented buyers and potential sellers and buyers who have to sell. And they also start collecting the data on people that you can just put into your database to start nurturing the relationship. So here are your prospecting sources. You see on the screen right now, there's door knocking, and you heard the what are their names? The brothers. You heard them talk about they did door knocking, and door knocking is effective. However, you know, that was something that our agents had to stop during, of course, COVID. You can't go be knocking on somebody's door. Also, too, in today's world, people have gotten skeptical about opening their door. And you do have to, you know, deal with the inconvenience of bad weather or what have you. But door knocking can be really great, particularly if you incorporate it around the open house. In other words, if you're holding an open house, you can, they always say 10 to the right and 10 to the left, right? You just go down and you can knock, and you can just take a flyer and say, hey, I just wanted to let you know I'm going to be hosting an open house for the Joneses down the street, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware so that you could invite anyone that you'd like to be your future neighbor. Right? Or that there's going to be increased traffic on the street possibly, and I just wanted to alert you to that, right? Or, you know, there's a lot of warm ways of making that friendly, but a lot of times, you know, neighbors are real interested in getting into other neighbors' houses, and so the open house can be real attractive, and marketing it that way markets yourself. Right? Because those people may open the door and say, oh, you know what, I was gonna talk to an agent. Are you the listing agent down there? Yes. You know, well, we've been talking about, you know, you never know. It really happens. Those open houses, like I said, serve multiple purposes. And what we do in Cityside, and I'm sure the other market centers do too, is kind of an expectation that our experienced agents who carry a lot of listing inventory are very receptive to our newer agents holding open houses for them. Because if you think about it, it's a win-win-win. The seller's home gets exposed to more potential buyers. The listing agent has leverage because they then can continue to do other things they need to do and not have to sit the open house themselves. And then the agent that is the host, the buyer, the open house hostess, they get all the represented leads that come through. So everybody wins. But I will tell you, there are many an agent who have built their business around successful open houses. And so, you may want to ask of your relationships in your market center if you can have an open house opportunity, because that is really a great time invested, especially when you're building your business and building that.
And don't forget, the person looking at the open house may have a house that they want to sell if they end up moving.
Exactly, Donnie. That's why every buyer is a potential seller too.
Yeah, and usually what I do is, because I know I'm in like Dollar General a lot, Racetrack, it's like I know those people. I don't really know them, but I know them because I see them all the time. So I'm like a familiar face. They're a familiar face. So whenever I pop in there, I'm like, hey, I didn't forget about you. Don't forget about me, so I can kind of always give them that reminder, and it's easier to talk to them.
No, absolutely. And those are people that you now need to maybe have more of a conversation with, Elise, right? They know you, you know them, there's a comfortableness, but you start wearing your name badge in there, you take a few business cards and say, listen, I'd love to help you, with your real estate needs, because there's already a degree of relationship, even if it's just surface. Let's talk a little bit about for sale by owners. What does anybody know or think about for sale by owners?
They don't know that they need our help.
That's right.
And
they don't know.
Yeah, when I first got started a couple months ago, I went for all the for sale by owners in my neighborhood, and it was a very interesting experience. I was met with some hostility. One went pretty well, but they ended up going with another agent, but the one was definitely like a smackdown of, I do not need you. I thought, ooh, but so it goes.
Did they sell, Rachel?
The for sale sign is still up, for sale by owner. I walk, it's in my neighborhood, so I walk by it all the time. Yeah, they're just a very, very aggressive couple.
Rachel, I'd ask them how long do they plan to try to sell their home on their own?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, typically, the for sale by owner, it's so sad because they do need us. It is. And, in our market currently, they have a little bit of an advantage because we need the inventory so bad, right? But what they do inevitably is overprice their homes. And so I don't care how bad you want a house, you're not going to pay more than it's worth, right? And so that's where they don't understand. And they don't have access to the resources that we have. So as we continue to keep that mindset of coming from helping or coming from contribution, right? For sell by owners, they do need us. And you know what? We can help them even if they don't want to do business with us. And the reason that's good for us is because a home sold, at a good price and in a great amount of time just improves the statistical information that we have, right? I mean, we appreciate having some of the comps, even if they are for sale by owners, but only if they have sold, at a fair market value or, with some good terms. I'm going to read to you this part first. The best agents have long recognized that people who place their own for sale sign on their property and run their own ads have proven one thing. What's that? They want to sell their home, right? They're motivated to sell. So we at least know that they do want to sell. Now, a lot of times in today's market, they just are playing with the market because they just want to see, right? You know, they may not really want to sell, but they could if they could sell it for, 2 times what it's worth, right? So they've raised their hand at least to be recognized. And if you are persistent with these sellers, you'll have a good chance to win their listing. Now, when we say persistent, that doesn't mean annoying. That just means attentive, right? We just want to be attentive to them. Do you see that National Association of Realtors statistic there says that 9% of all homes that sell are sold by the owner? That's a pretty good statistic, actually, if you think about it. 9% are sold by the owner. But in many cases, those are exceptional situations. It's not the norm, right? So for sell by owners need us, and we can offer our services to them. One of the things that shocks a for sale by owner, especially, is if you had a listing of your own down the street, right? And you went to the for sale by owner and you said, hey, I'm hosting an open house at my listing down the street. Would you like for me to include you in my caravan, right? Include you in maybe some marketing, or shall I hold an open house for you at the same time, since I'm having, traffic on the street? And of course, that feels like we're giving our services away to someone that, could turn around and sell their own house and never, acknowledge our contribution. But at the same time, coming from that place of, sure, I'll hold an open house, maybe even Mr. For Sale by Owner, are you comfortable with where you have priced your home? Would you like for me to run you maybe a CMA, right, to help you better price your home? Everybody wins in that scenario, but what happens is they start recognizing the value of having an agent, the value of having that representation. Also, too, when you offer to do some of the marketing for them, they like that, right? Because, I don't care. Every for sale by owner is not happy about having to make appointments, show their property, do all the work that's involved. And quite honestly, they don't even know all that work's involved until they try it. So in many cases, you will be successful in getting the for sale by owner, either through you impressing them as being that service provider, or by them experimenting long enough to know that they would rather have the help. Because statistically, for sale by owners get significantly less for their home, even though their intention has been to make more, because they're trying to avoid the real estate agent's commission. But when they don't know how to effectively negotiate, when they don't know how to effectively price for the market, if they don't know what we're struggling with right now with all the competitiveness within the market, they're not equipped to best represent themselves, and they ultimately end up making less. So for sale by owners are a real viable way to grow your database and to grow your business. Many an agent has built their fortune on working with for sale by owners. And of course, once you get good at it, then you're good at it, right? And then you would continue to do that. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I have a quick question for you. So I've sold a house for sale by owner. My parents have done the same thing. I see for sale by owners as bargain hunters, which I am. I love a bargain. And I'm wondering at what point, and maybe I'm asking for your opinion, of how to negotiate our commission. Because if I see an agent's wanting to say, well, I'll sell your home for 3%, and I'm like, well, how about 2? And if we meet in the middle at 2.5 or whatever, I see that as a bargaining exchange, which is real estate anyway. So at what point do you think we should bargain our commission to get the business? Because to me, a having a commission at 2% is better than none at all, right?
In some respects, it depends on who you're working with, right? But you make some really good points, Ryan. First of all, we never want to market ourselves as discount agents, right? Because why would you? But when you do get into a situation where you are making a business decision as to taking the discount or whatever would be more beneficial than losing the opportunity altogether, you are a business owner. That's an independent business decision. And within Keller Williams, we respect that. We don't encourage it. We'd rather teach you how to be really confident and strong in selling your value. But there are opportunities where you will make that decision to reduce your commission for a greater good. But you don't want to set a precedent, because remember, your relationships are repeat and referral. So if you have conceded, then the expectation is spread then to the referral and to the repeat time you do it. And you know, I always tell the agent, if you've got to take a hit, you do it on the second piece of business. In other words, you know, if they're buying a home from you, you would maybe help them on the listing side, right? And if they're selling their home, you might help them then on the buy side, because in so many cases, people have made that commitment and then yet the second piece of business doesn't materialize, or you know, something's happened and now you've conceded with the expectation of picking up the difference on the other transaction, and that doesn't always happen. So you know, and to your point about working for sale by owners about commission, right? Because how does that work? You go and knock on a for sale by owner's door, and the first thing we want to know is, are you willing to work with an agent, right? We want to make sure, because we don't work for free. So we're not going to go and solicit the business without there not being an understanding that we're expecting them to pay our commission, right? And you use a document in that regard called an authorization to show unlisted property, which you execute with that seller, and that is where you confirm that they agree to compensate you, and they also give you the marketing rights. That document satisfies what you would normally get, of course, is a buyer brokerage agreement if you're working with a buyer, or an exclusive right to sell listing agreement. This is when you don't have that relationship, but you want the authorization to show their property and be protected and being compensated.
That makes sense. The only reason why I asked this question, this was before I was an agent, and then I realized I could just control my own rental properties. I had someone approach me about listing a rental property that I had, and I said, well, what is it worth to you? And then when I responded with that question, I said, it's yours if you'll do 2%. And we actually signed a brokerage agreement for that. It ended up not selling because of perfect timing with COVID. But I just realized, wow, I do have kind of a power to negotiate back and forth. And we settled on something. But I just always assumed that it was a flat commission rate.
No, the commission can always be negotiated, for sure. And negotiated up, by the way, right? You can go on a listing presentation, and instead of, the market has been good to support that 6% commission for many years now, but back in the day, it used to be 7%. And people start compromising their commissions when things get a little bit more competitive, right? But at 6%, you have some wiggle room too, right? And you could go in there with a top shelf marketing strategy, and maybe you're going to pay for a stager, and maybe you're going to do some phenomenal photography. Maybe the home warrants that because of some special features that it has. Well, then you might need to factor in a little bit more. So it's all about selling your value, Ryan. All of you. It's all about selling your value, and you have to believe that you are value, and you have to provide a customer experience that supports that, right? So one strategy that I've always really liked is when somebody starts talking to you about your commission, and it would all be relative. It depends on how you want to do that. But using like $5, and it's a great visual for a seller when you say, okay, this represents my 6%. This dollar is going to go towards the photography, the marketing, all of that stuff. This dollar is going to go to my broker. This dollar is going to go to my taxes, right? This dollar pays my overhead, right? And so realistically, Mr. Seller, what you're asking me to do is to share my last dollar with you, right? And however you wanted to approach that. But a lot of times sellers don't really understand the cost that we incur in just doing business. And so that's a great visual, and it kind of makes for it a little bit of a lighter approach to how you want to talk about commissions. But then the other strategy would just be if they said, would you do it for 2? And we say, no. So now let me show you what we're going to do next, Mr. Seller, right? That would be no, and we move right on. Because you don't have to have more of a conversation than that, right? You're a business owner, and it can just be no, right? So you'll get more and more comfortable with that, but you'll be surprised. People don't really do that as much as you think they do. They don't really try. I mean, if you go in there and represent yourself as value, or if you have a track record because you've been referred to them or whatever, and they know your value, they don't try to, I mean, you have to remind them, if you called your mortgage company and asked them if they would just take half of a payment this month, how would they respond, Mr. Seller, right? You're asking me to take half of my payment, so, yeah. It's you got to get good at having some very comfortable overcoming that objection scripts and dialogues. You'll learn it though. You'll learn it.
That's good. I was just curious as a new agent because I didn't want to discount my services, but also I realized like there's a ton of real estate agents out there, and so I'm thinking, gosh, do I have to make myself cheaper to get attention? And I didn't want to go that route.
I was going to say no. In the absence of value is the only time money matters, right? And so you go in and you sell your value, and you've got it. You're partnered with an excellent organization. You have technologies and resources that are going to streamline the process. You're going to give them, what is it that we say? We want to get them the best price with the best terms in the least amount of time. And when you can show them how you're going to do that, then you don't have to worry so much about that.
Wait, Cece, can you say that quote again?
About
the absence of value?
That's right. In the absence of value, money matters. Most of us pay, that's where the other side of that is you get what you pay for, right? So in the absence of value, money begins to matter. Because a lot of us have paid good money for things that we felt brought us value. And they will too.
Thank you.
Point. You're welcome. So the next couple of pages kind of reiterate what I've just said to you with regard to becoming, by offering some services, we become a trusted resource for them. When they're focusing on saving money, then we can show them how they can actually make more money. And really what you go in saying to them in the first place is, if I can get you to your bottom line, isn't that the goal, right? And if my commission is embodied in my formula of how I'm going to net you what you need to get, then why does it matter, right? Yeah, and you'll learn how to do like a net to seller and all that that'll embody all of that conversation. That's my problem. I get carried away. I want to teach everything I know in one day. But let's move on now. We're going to talk about expireds. Do you know what an expired listing is? I see shaking heads.
It was listed and then it expired. Pretty much the listing agreement expired.
So why do listings expire, do you suppose?
They don't sell.
And you know why they don't sell typically?
Possibly
Price and marketing.
It's typically either price or condition, right? Especially in the market that we're in right now. Or you have a weaker agent that really did not do their job well with the marketing piece, or, you know, exposing it to the market. But expired listings, you know, you're right, they're the ones that didn't sell. And that is usually when we take a listing, the listing is for 90 days. And I mean, if a home is expiring in this market, then it has some issues. Right? Because we need the inventory so badly. So it is either that it needs too many upgrades, or it's overpriced, or updating and all that. So there's where you have to be conscious of your condition is going to affect your price no matter what the comps say. But you'll find too that sometimes it's better to be the second agent than the first, right? Because the first agent has either done a great job, but the seller has presented the challenges of pricing probably, or condition, or the agent hasn't done a great job and they've just had a bad experience. And so when you come in and show them what it's really like, then, you know, you get the home sold. The relationship is made there impressive because of the experience they have, and then that is a win for everybody. But sometimes being that first agent, if you have an unrealistic seller, then, you know, that can be a challenge, and it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with their inability to accept that their home's not worth what they want for it, or that they would need to make some improvements for them to consider getting close to even what they want for it. So the first thing we do when we call an expired is we want to make sure that the contract has actually expired. And you'll be able to go into your MLSs and pull an expired list, so you'll have access to what those properties are. First thing you want to do is, if you make contact with that seller, is to confirm that the listing has expired, and that there wasn't some clerical error, that they're no longer working with that particular agent underneath a listing contract. Sometimes an agent is, the intention is the seller will renew with the agent, but just because of maybe some delays in getting all the paperwork done properly, it'll drop into expired, but they're working behind the scenes to activate it again. And so there's still a relationship with that agent that they previously listed with. And we just want to be very respectful that we're not violating any ethical requirement to respect the fact that we don't want to interfere with another person's contract. Everybody understands that, right? So we confirm the expiration, you know, a lot of times they're not interested in talking to anybody. They may have had a bad experience, or they may have just decided that if they can't get what they want, then they're just coming off the market and they'll wait and try again later. And that's kind of a good place for you to start nurturing the relationship. But you see that second tip says expired or withdrawn listings are more responsive to a low-key approach rather than a high-pressure sales pitch. They've been disappointed, perhaps both in their agent or in the process. It's really great if you can get the appointment. That's what we're always going for. If you can meet in person, that'll make a big difference, because that face-to-face will allow you to let them know who you are and that you have a genuine, care for helping them. And yes.
Sorry. So I had a list. I actually got my first listening appointment a couple of weeks ago. I think I did better getting the appointment versus at the appointment. But I think that was because the information I was giving him was kind of like showing him that he was overpricing his house. So, but one thing that I kind of had an issue with was, how do you go into someone's house and you see clutter everywhere? Like, what's the professional way to tell them, like, you need to get this mess out of here? Like, how do you have that conversation?
Well, a lot of agents have gotten just really good at saying just that, right? I mean, if you're looking, Mr. Seller, to get the highest price for your home, we are probably going to have to address some of this clutter. It's just the way it is, right? Another way, though, agents have diverted that having to have the conversation themselves is, that's why they use the services of a stager. And sometimes you can make a relationship with a professional stager that she'll do a trip or he'll do a trip charge for you. And then you just say, would you be interested in me hooking you up with my stager for you to consider? And then they go in and have that conversation with them, Elise, right? You're diverting as much as we can. We like being the source of the source and not always the source, right? So diverting them to a professional that is more equipped to be that, unbiased person. It's just they're telling you the truth about the truth, right? So that's a good relationship to establish, is with some form of stager. I'm not suggesting that you pay for the staging appointment, but you might have to pay for the trip charge for them to go and have the conversation. But if the seller wants to hire them, then a lot of times they will contract with the stager to hire them, and then they, of course, know they're to pay them for the services. But just the conversation with the stager in many cases improves your outcome, right? Bonnie is putting some notes in there to show you that there are some videos, she was just saying, that are available to help you with that too.
Cece, I was going to add one thing that I have found useful in the past is a lot of times when you find a property, like Elise was saying, where it's just a hot mess inside and it looks like a tornado of clothing and clutter, is to actually show them comps in their neighborhood that you find to be put together very well. That way they can compare their mess with something that actually looks show ready, to say, like, can you spot the differences? How can we utilize, the resources that we have looking here, and then put it into your home?
No, that's very good, Brian. And that makes me also remind myself to say, I'm going to be bringing in a photographer, right? So at least you could say, the photographer is going to come in and we might want to tidy this up before we take those professional shots. That's one way to ease into it too, because Lord, I don't know what happens when people allow the photographer to take photos of a disheveled bed, or like you say, clothes over a chair, or the ironing board up. I mean, what are people, and y'all are going to pay good money for photography, and you certainly need to have them respect the fact that the pictures sell a lot of the value of the home on the front side, right? And so we have to have good pictures. But yeah, that's good input, Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to note, it's like your version of clean and tidy is not someone else's version of clean and tidy. I've realized that in some of the homes that I've gone in.
Yeah, that's why probably visual probably works best. Yeah, that's good information.
Yeah.
Now my concern is, I wouldn't feel comfortable going into someone's home and saying at a listing appointment, this should happen. Is it possible that could come later?
Well,
Meaning you get the listing and you follow up with them regarding what needs to happen.
Well, you could, I suppose, when you were scheduling the photographer, right? You've already gotten the listing.
Right.
Now you're saying, okay, I'm going to have the photographer come Tuesday at 9 a.m. You know, can you make sure, right, that we've got this picture perfect? Because this is what's going to be marketing your home to the consumer, right? So, I mean, yeah, I guess after the fact, but what if they don't do it? Then what are you going to do? You got the listing, and now you've got an uncooperative seller, and now you got challenges because what are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards being upfront, because if there are messy people who have no interest in cleaning up that house, you certainly can't put those pictures. It's not going to sell. So I just lean towards, yeah, in advance, letting them know, you know, for us to sell this house, we have to clean this up. A nice way to say it, but I think, yeah, it's best to put it up front than wait until we've gotten the listing and then they refuse to do that. Then it's just going to sit there. Nobody's going to buy that. Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You can use terms like show ready, so it doesn't sound like they're just a dirty mess. You know, say we've got to get the property show ready.
That's right.
Good one. Good one.
Very
You
good.
could also say things like I think there's nice ways to say it, like, oh, well, buyers want to imagine themselves in your home. And also by removing just a few things, it might open the space up more. It might make your place look larger, you know, because the more furniture sometimes in some of these homes, like the smaller the space looks. So I think it's really all about just how you approach it and how you say it.
But
I
if you
agree with you, Brittany. One of the first listings I had, it took a while to sell because the seller was not willing to make some small changes, and he learned from that. But one of the things that I learned is I show them visuals, but I'd also say part of my goal in helping you sell your home is to show the true character and the attributes of your home, and you want buyers to come in and fall in love with your home. Sorry for the background noise, but really quick, I also asked them, what do you love most about your home? Because that's what I want to market and show them, you know, the difference between a cluttered space and a non-cluttered space.
That's right, Jen. If you saw in the chat, Jill put something that's valuable in there about, you know, when you're new, you want the business, right? And so it's hard to walk away from a listing. But as you get more experienced in the business, you'll either have perfected the way you get what you need to happen, or you might choose to walk away from a piece of business because, you know, the objective is to sell it. And if you're taking such a challenge that you know it's not going to sell, at least not for the price with, you know, whatever condition it's, you know, in, that just becomes a waste of your marketing dollars and your time, right? And it gets very frustrating.
I had a question. If you were working with someone who either flipped their home or had already moved out of the home and there's no furniture inside, before taking pictures, would you recommend that they stage it, or do you think it's okay to take the pictures and list the home completely empty?
It's okay to take pictures of a vacant house. Sometimes that helps the situation because you certainly don't have some of these other challenges that we're talking about. But I'm telling you, something's just as simple as like an arrangement of flowers on the kitchen counter, right? I mean, you can do some things that just make it a little bit more welcoming, more warm, even if it's a vacant house.
Okay, you don't have to full on stage.
Right, but you know, now they have services where they can virtually place furniture in a home too. The photographers can do that. So, you know, that might be something that you would consider doing. But there are lots of homes that sell very quickly that are vacant. naturally, to Brittany's point, buyers come in and start envisioning where they want their furniture, and when they've had an example of where the previous owner has had their furniture and stuff, it helps a little bit for them to start visualizing how they're going to set everything up. But I don't even know statistically if there is a significance between, showing the home, unless the decor that's enhancing it, like your drapes and your wall art and all that kind of stuff. It'll bring charm and warmth to the home, and that kind of helps that new buyer start envisioning what's possible. But homes can sell either way. Shelby, that's a really good question, by the way.
CC, can I add something?
Sure.
I have found this beneficial when I was working with a client they were trying to sell their current home and trying to purchase a newer home. They wanted an upgrade, or they wanted to move to a different neighborhood. I asked them to make a list of their furniture items that were non-negotiable, like grandma's wardrobe, their favorite sofa, and to take measurements. And then when we went into properties that were vacant, I always carried my tape measure and electrical tape or painter's tape, and we would mark the floor to see where their non-negotiable furniture pieces could go. And it helped visualize the space, because sometimes we see our clients need help imagining what the space could look like. So if they have measurements and then some painter's tape, it's easy to kind of map that out.
Yeah, no, that's really good, Ryan. And today, when furniture is so big, right? And so they say, oh, well, they got their bed in there nice with plenty of walk around, but if you bring in a much bigger piece of furniture than what they had, you may not appreciate that right off the bat until you try to get your furniture in their room when there's a difference there. So yeah, I agree. I think that's an excellent way to do it, Ryan.
CC, I wanted to give her a piece of advice. So I recently sold my place back in August, and I've showed it vacant last year, and then I did it staged with my own stuff. And some of the pictures that were on the listing were both vacant and staged. But when it was vacant, the staging or decor that was there was so minimalistic and highly inexpensive. I do mean small planters of IKEA plants, or maybe just like some towels in the bathroom. And then we did use, when it was vacant, like digital staging. So there were pictures that kind of showed different arrangements or different furniture that could have been in there. But once I had to actually move into the property, I had to stage it myself with a huge, like, oversized sectional that I had to make it look like the average buyer is not going to probably have this oversized furniture, and had to arrange it in different rooms and in a certain way. It was awkward for me, of course, because that's not the way I live in my furniture. But I will say that those pictures that were of the vacant spot, they were clean, they were crisp. It was easy to imagine you living there with like your furniture. And even for me going out and looking at properties, to be honest, I prefer a vacant house because I want to envision my oversized couch or my king size bed or my 70-inch TV, whatever you got. I want to envision it in there. So I would say there's really no difference. I agree with CC. I don't think there's really a difference between it being vacant or being staged. It's just that when you go the staged route, you got to make sure it kind of works for everybody instead of just a group of people.
Thank you, Layla. All right, well, let's skip on to a couple of other things, because what I want to spend a good bit of our time on is number 6 is the social media. So we were working with, we got open houses is coming up too. So those are all things that are good to spend some time on. Everybody's good though with what we've covered so far, right? Okie doke. I think open houses, Jill, I skipped ahead. I think open houses is what we want to talk about next. So open houses represent your first and easiest public. We didn't already do this, did we?
Yeah, you kind of did.
I'm sorry, boys and girls. I got so engrossed in the conversation, I lost my place. I think though we have spent a good bit of time on open house, but let's go through just the cycle of what would need to be taken care of, because we've spoken to the potential audience, with whether they be buyers or sellers or buyers who have to sell. Even other agents come through your open house because, you know, they are now previewing for clients that they may have. But this is kind of like a sequence of what you might do in prepping for the open house, right? And it says, take advantage of every phase of the event to promote your services to your Mets, haven't Mets, and social media network. But if you'll see, before the open house, it's talking about you might market that to your database, or you might do, as I said, door knock on the neighbors, and inviting them to the open house, asking for referrals of people who they might know would want to live in the community, that type of thing. And so this is how you really maximize the opportunity that you have with an open house. A lot of people don't go this deep. They, you know, they may put some directionals and that type of thing. But those agents that, you know, really depend on the open house to generate leads for them, they take a little bit more care in this. And so they're like doing the before activities, and then during, of course, you're going to have the face-to-face opportunity with your visitors. And so you certainly want to go for the appointment. That's just like making a contact, right? And you want to, of course, start building a rapport and a relationship with them. And then, of course, you want to put them in your database so that you can then, you know, start generally prospecting to them. And then after the open house, you want to get the appointment. Let's see what I say. Call, email. You're just marketing to them just like you would anybody else in your database at that point, putting them on the drip campaigns, you know, calling them to see if, you know, anything has moved forward for them. A lot of what you want to find out in this conversation, of course, is their motivation and the urgency that they might have in moving, because that'll help you prioritize them or group them in your database, as we were talking about, you know, on Thursday. And then, of course, agent referrals. We've talked a good bit about that. I shared with you that that's valuable, you know, business that you need to maybe purposefully nurture with other agents in other parts of the country, so that you then have the opportunity to receive referrals from those agents and to give referrals to those agents. And then, of course, your social media. This has become a very important part of the agent's business. Some people who were very, you know, engaged in social media anyway have really learned how to use this to build their business. I'm just going to read this for you for a minute. The best way to engage with a quality database is through social media. If you're like most people and use social media every day, you can think of it as a 365 touch system, as opposed to just limiting yourself to the 8x8 and the 33 touch. This, you have the potential to be able to touch the people in your network, you know, really every day. And so we're going to talk about some ways that you can interact with your Mets and your sphere and position yourself as their top of mind agent, right? So using Facebook, these are some tips for you to focus on. We talked about this a little bit on Thursday too, but it says don't use your personal Facebook account for your real estate services. And it asks why. And so it says it may lack professionalism and you miss out on a lot of essential business features, such as the ability to run Facebook contests and check your Facebook insights. It's really easy to make a business Facebook page, and it's worth the effort. And like we talked about on Thursday, having a Facebook business page is really what you would want to do. However, using your personal Facebook to be able to, refer to your business page, right? Get people engaged personally to be able to, send them professionally to go look at a listing or to check out an ad, an article or what have you. But diverting them from your personal to your business would be, the next thing you would do. But you certainly can use your personal. A lot of people do. But what that then requires is that you have a pretty respectable personal page, because you can't be, doing some of the things we do while we think are so cute to our friends. They're not as cute to our, potential clients. And so when you mingle the two, you either have to clean up your personal for the professional benefit, or decide to then divert the business to a professional business page, right? Other tips here. Let's see. They talk about Facebook. They talk about using your neighborhood. Sometimes, you have community websites. And so in some cases, you might then divert them or, refer them to, if you're talking about something that's happening in the community, to a resource that you could link them to. It uses some examples in your materials there of using images. Images on Facebook are the most engaging types of content. The more likes and shares and comments your posts get, the more they will be viewed in news feeds, and you know that, right? Post about events in your neighborhood. Congratulate your new homeowners. I think I shared with you Thursday, a lot of the agents have a practice of every time they have helped a family close on a property, they then post a snapshot of the happy family, right? Another happy family or something of that nature, and post that to your Facebook. Engage with polls or surveys. This is fun. Or, how some agents have, played little games with, where, everybody that has seen my, whatever they may do as for marketing or whatever, respond to this and that. It's helpful for you to be able to engage with them. Polls and surveys provide an amazing way to create more engagement on your page and have fun with your friends. You can use them to develop deeper relationships with your clients, to get to know their likes and dislikes, and promote yourself as an agent who listens. You can even use them as a way to market your listings too. For example, it says run a voting poll to ask your friends what photo they like best from your latest listing. Posting your listings, we talked about that. The golden rule in social media is, as in life, 80-20. That is, post 80% of your content about lifestyles, customer interest, and other updates. Post 20% of your content about you and your product. In other words, refrain from doing so much personal promotion and focus more on meeting the needs of your viewers. When you post your listings, keep the personality of you on your Facebook page. This is not a print ad. Tell about the home, tell about the, bedrooms and baths. Tell about its selling features. Tell about the price. Ask questions about your new listing to get comments about what people like about it. That's great, really, for feedback for your sellers too. What they like about the neighborhood, or comments about the schools and community facilities. And then, of course, post your open houses. That's a great way to beef up attendance to your open house, right? And then, of course, they move into the other means of social media, using Twitter, and, of course, then using Instagram, Pinterest, all of these. And they give you some great suggestions around how to utilize each one of them. And I am not as well versed on Twitter. Jill could probably tell you any personal experience that she may have enjoyed, or Pinterest, of course the Instagram. But your paperwork on page 33 and 34 goes into some pretty good detail about some suggestions that would enhance that social media platform. And then of course, we don't neglect the other means outside of your typical, with LinkedIn and YouTube and doing a blog. Blogs are very popular. It gives you a great way to educate your clientele by writing to a specific need. One of the agents that did a great book of business off of, using a blog to educate them on the buying experience, right, from A to Z, or, giving seller tips on the same process of how to sell your home. There's, when you're working with a specific group, there's a lot like seniors or what have you. Blogs can be a great way to educate that potential client base. And to be quite honest, it's leverage for you because you are kind of doing part of your listing presentation or your buyer consultation in advance of actually having the meeting, so that then the meeting can be more focused on the most important things like their needs, their wants, pricing, that type of thing. Anybody have any questions about social media? Anybody have any experiences that they want to share about success or blooper from using social media?
I will say that I was a little nervous, kind of putting it out there that I was a licensed realtor, and I just kind of put up a post on my personal page and said, a little blurb about me and, why I got into it. And I am still every day getting likes and, people saying congratulations and people offering, hey, I'm a, inspector, or I'm, this. And I was really surprised to see how many people responded, for people that I haven't even talked to in probably like years. And so once I did make a business page, I said, hey, check out, my business page. And I'm gonna still be shocked at how many people have actually gone over to support me on my business page. So I say, even if you don't even know who that person is, or you don't remember how you met that person, literally click select all and send it out. You'd be surprised.
That's great advice, Layla. And also, it gives you a really warm opportunity to call them, right? I mean, if people have, acknowledged you or whatever, now you can call them and say, thank you so much. I so appreciate it, the like or the comment or whatever, because then that starts taking the opportunity to the next level, right? And they've acknowledged, so they'll be much more receptive to that phone call, right?
I'd like to share as well, and that was great, Layla, because I have a similar situation. Before I invited everybody, I did set up the business page, and before I invited everybody, I said on my personal page, I said, allow me to reintroduce myself with my professional photo and the link for them to like the page. And then I went ahead and invited them, so they weren't blindsided by my new transition to this career. And from there, I have 3 referrals. I have an appointment on Wednesday. And so people are like, just a young lady was like, oh my goodness, my closing is on December 3rd. I would have loved to work with you. So, maybe I should have did it, as soon as I got my license, but you just go and do it, because you just never know what the response will be.
That's right. That's right. And 99% of the time, the response is going to be positive. So that 1% that, doesn't receive it well, or whatever the blooper actually is, or what have you, so what, right? The good so outweighs the negative. Anybody else?
I'll share. I've been using HomeSnap to run some of my Facebook and IG ads, and I like it because it makes it professional. I can add my my link, my Keller Williams link, and just it helps find qualified leads, and it's advertising.
Yeah, very good. Well,
I have to do the pro version with that because I just got on HomeSnap, but I haven't really dove into it yet. Do you have to do
I purchased Pro.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it runs the ads for me on Facebook, on IG, and when people click on it, they'll like input their email or their phone number, and I can just contact them.
Nikita, that was a great segue for actually what we would like to do next, because there may be an opportunity for you to learn something within Command that will help with as well, and avoid you having to maybe spend the money that you're spending and have the same result. So Jill's going to step in and do that. Basically, we wrap up the curriculum that I have here, but I think that the time is better spent, and I hope you will agree, letting Jill give you some tips on how you might start doing some prospecting and utilizing the resources that you have. The main objective of today's class was to introduce you to not only the necessity of prospecting and lead generating, but also to, introduce you to the different ways that you can go about doing it. And as I said, it doesn't matter which one of these you choose to really focus on. I'm asked often, what's the best form of lead generation? And I always say, the one that you'll do, right? Whatever that is, because doing whatever is better than being picky about what you do, right? But you'll get more comfortable and you'll start seeing return on the investment of your time and your efforts in different areas. And so you'll become, some type of lead generation machine, maybe as it relates to, like I said, open houses or, social media may be your thing, or farming, where you set people up on more direct targeting marketing and those types of things. But you'll figure that out as you perfect everything over that first year or so of your business. So I want to make sure that I speak to preparing for your class. Well, you can't. The next class is right behind us, so we can't really do that. Let's... Typically, of course, you have a day in the between, and I would tell you to do your mission. But with a 30-minute break, I don't think you're going to be able to do that, right? So let's just quickly recall and remember so we can go through some things real quick, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jill so that she can give you some pointers. I think what we have realized about the benefits of prospecting, anybody have something that they absolutely want to share with us with regard to what they picked up today as a true benefit of prospecting outside of the obvious, right? Remember, we said it puts you in control of your pipeline, and it keeps you in direct contact with the market and with your database. What are the 4 C's? Can you remember what the 4 C's are?
Capture, connect, cultivate, and close.
Very good. Very good. What is time blocking and with the 3-3, right? We had 3 activities and we do it in 3 hours. That's right. That's by design, right? You have to figure out how you're going to block that 3 hours to be able to do that. But within that 3 hours, you want to be able to prepare for making your calls. You want to take the action, and then you want to maintain all the records and update your database to add anything that you've learned through that conversation, right? And then, of course, we went in depth around the social media options for you. So anybody have any questions about anything before we move into a little technology? You good with that? I think this is beneficial to you, okay? All right, then, Jill, I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, everybody. I have we talked about the Marty Miller videos yesterday, and I think it was Jennifer. Someone said they watched them and they were fantastic. So we're going to watch one for sure. And exactly like, I'm sorry, someone just said about HomeSnap. We can do that in Command, you guys, and we have it all there. So let's take a look at this video. It's about 15 minutes, so it's a little bit long, but it's going to show you the amazing things that our technology can do. I put the link to this video I'm playing right now. This is day 7, day 8, and day 9 following after this video. If we don't have time to watch them, they follow along in how to build the leads and how to create and set up smart plans to follow up with those leads. So that's something that you're going to want to do too. So if we don't get to watch all of those. So I'm just going to play this video for you all real quick.
Good morning, Keller Williams, and welcome back to the KW Command 66-Day Challenge 4.0, Day 7. Well, today's the day we've been waiting for and what we've been laying the groundwork to reach. Today we're going to run our Facebook campaign. So first thing we need to do is get into the campaigns applet. It is the 7th icon down, the megaphone looking one here. And before we get into the ad, you want to make sure that you have payments set up or a credit card on file, essentially. So you want to click on payments and then make sure that you click on add payment method and have a payment, so a card, business credit card set up to basically pay for your ad. Once you've done that, you're going to come in and click on create a new campaign, and we're going to do a paid social ad. So we'll start with paid social ad. I want to name this ad very specifically because when the leads come in, the lead source will actually reference the name of the ad. So if I just have new listing or something like that, and it's not defined, then it's probably not going to give me much information. So I'm going to put 17322 Morgan's Lake, Bridgeland just listed. That way I'm very clear on what the ad name is. This ad is to attract buyers. So I'm going to click on attract buyers. Here's the deal with these 7 icons. Right now, they make very little difference in the ad layout and 0 difference in the ad outcome. So it doesn't really matter on these 7 with regards to your outcome. I've seen some people say, well, you'll get more leads if you do this one or that one or the other. Not really, okay? So advertise multiple listing is the only one that changes the layout. It actually changes it to the fact where you can advertise multiple listings with multiple landing pages associated. Just know that you cannot use the lead capture form when you do advertise multiple listings. So we're going to go with attract buyers, and the campaign's going to run on Facebook. You do have the ability to add in Instagram or Twitter, do 2 or all 3 at once. Right now we're going to keep it simple and focus just on Facebook. So we're going to go ahead and click on Setup Campaign. You see the first thing it does is bring in the name and goal. It says that there's no listing selected. That's okay, because right now we already have our photos. We don't really need to bring the listing in. If you were going to use listing photos, you could click on add a listing and we could go actually find that listing and select it. But in this case, we already have all of our assets created, so we don't really need to do it. I'm going to show you how, just in case you decide that you want to run photos from the listing. But we can click on select, and then you'll see, here we go, it's all brought in, the lead photo of the listing and the description here. We're not actually going to use this main copy. We're going to make it a little bit different. So let's go ahead and start working on that. So the add text, main copy you can see shows up right here. Okay, so we want to make it a little bit different. And let's say this is the one you've been waiting for. Cool. And then I always like to use the check emoji. I think it kind of is a pattern interrupt. People see it and they're like, oh, wait a minute, this is something different. Check. All right. And then we're gonna put spa, and I'm gonna copy and paste the checks in just a second. Outdoor covered patio, check. Wood beams, plantation shutters, pendant lighting, everything you need and want exists in this beautiful 4-bedroom free full bath home. Check it out today. All right, and so then we're just gonna copy in our check marks. So I'm gonna Control C, and then we're gonna drop in the check mark there, drop in the check mark there, drop in the check mark here, and you can kind of see what we're doing there. I like to have it on 3 lines, so I'm gonna break that up just a little bit so it's a little more even. There we go, and you can see the preview is being done here. So I also don't like it to scroll over to the side. You can see, check it out to TOD, right? I'm missing the in there. And you can see we're limited to 250 characters. That's what's happening, is that I added those check marks and it's putting me over my 250 character mark. So I have to go back and kind of find out what do I want to take out. So let's see, 3, we can leave out the full. There we go, check it out today, double exclamation point, and we're done. I've got 247 characters, that's under my 250 character count. And here's all of the description there, right? So you can see what that looks like. Oops, this check mark should be at the top line. There we go. And all right, so we're reviewing the ad. Does that look good? This is the one you've been waiting for. Pool check, spa check, outdoor covered patio, wood beams, plantation shelters, everything you need and want exists in this beautiful 4-bedroom, 3-bath home. Check it out today. All right, so now the headline is gonna go down here on the bottom, and this is what I usually say. This should be your call to action. So I'm gonna say, click below for more photos, pricing, and to schedule your private tour today. All right, so you can see where the headline goes, right there. And then now the description, this is for the CTA or call to action link, you can see here. However, when we use the lead capture form, we actually don't have a CTA link. So we don't need to do the description if it is a Facebook lead gen form ad. So we're gonna skip that for now. We're gonna come down to add media, and we're gonna click on configure. And this is where we're gonna bring in those designs that we created. So I downloaded all 5 of those to my hard drive. So I'm gonna click on, let me go through that again. I went kind of fast, I apologize. I'm gonna click on add more. Then I'm gonna click on add images. And then I'm gonna choose to upload those images because I downloaded each of them. Now, if I had made separate templates for each one, I could choose them from designs. I can show you what that looks like. I can browse the design library. However, remember I was kind of making the change and then downloading it and then making the change and downloading it. So this is 2 copies of the same, it's really 3 copies of the same design. So we don't want to do that. So we're gonna go back to creator and I'm gonna click on upload the images, drag and drop or browse, and then I'm gonna find them. So here the 5 are that I downloaded. So I'll click on dining room first. It's gonna give me the image here. I can preview and crop it. That looks good. I wanna save that image. So that was dining room. Now I click on add more, add images, upload, and let's see, I don't think I can do more than once at a time. Yep, so we'll do them one at a time. So there's master bedroom, preview and crop, looks good, save it. And we're gonna add more. Again, just kind of going through this process. The reason why I wanna have all 5 of these is because what's happening is Facebook in the background is going to test each one of these images to see which one is doing best. And then it's going to run the ad for the rest of the time using that image that's getting the most traction, clicks, leads, etc. So that's why I'm uploading each one of these separately. Now that I have 4, I don't need this lead photo. So I'm going to click on the 3 dots on this lead one and I'm going to delete that. And then I'm going to add 1 more. So we can max out at 5 images. So I'm gonna upload that last one I had, which was the pool, and preview and crop, save the image, great. So now we have our 5 pieces of material here, all right? So we're good to go on that. The DBA is already included on these logos. So you can see the DBA here. So I'm gonna X out of this because I don't want my DBA to also be down here in the bottom right-hand corner since it's already included in the logo. If your DBA is not included, if you're running a picture of the front of the home pulled in from the listing, you do want to make sure that you have your DBA included. I can click on Save Ad Media, and now I'm done with that portion. And now we're going to go into the Facebook ad itself. So we're going to click on Configure. First thing we have to do, remember how we connected our Facebook account previously? Now when we click on select page, we should see all of the business pages that we are an admin or a founder or kind of creator of. So I'm going to choose my business page, Summit Property Group. Now this is a very important step right here. Many people I've seen click on use a site or landing page and they end up not getting any leads, and that's because this is not set up to bring leads into Command. This is set up. Either way, they're going to go to a landing page, which we have already created. However, this one takes them directly there. This one actually has the pop-up with their information and asks them if they want to submit that information. If they choose not to submit the information, then they go back to Facebook and they don't get to our landing page. That's the difference between a click and a lead. A lead clicked and said, yes, you can submit my information. So always want to make sure we have the Facebook lead gen form selected. Now we want to go and choose a landing page where they're going to land on. So once they click and submit their information, where are they going to go? And this is why we created that landing page for our listing. So now it's just a matter of going in and finding that one. And here it is, 17322 Morgan's Lake. This is where we want them to go. All right, so this is that page we created. Here's the listing, here's the lead capture form. Perfect, that's what we wanted. All right, so let's go back into Command and we're going to choose this one. And that's where they're going to land. So you can see after viewers submit the Facebook lead form, you can direct them to a website or landing page. You'll also notice that Add Media now has the checkbox because we don't need the description for the CTA link. All right, so you can see, Add Text now has the checkbox because this is no longer required since it's a Facebook lead gen form. So back to the Facebook ad, we've got our pages selected. We've chosen Facebook lead gen form. We've got the landing page selected. Now, when I brought this listing in, because it was a listing in Cypress, it defaulted the ad targeting to Cypress, Texas. Now I can change that if I want to by click on use custom settings, and that's where I can actually choose a different location if I choose to. Now, just a heads up, when you're searching for locations, you do have to type out the state name. So if I were to come in here and just put in Katy, Texas, you're going to see that my location isn't actually found. It says no options. And yet if I spell it out, you can see then it actually spells it out. Okay, so we're going to go back to Cypress, Texas. It's going to search for Cypress, Texas. We're going to go ahead and select that. The minimum radius miles that you can do is 15. The max is 50. I'm going to go ahead and stick with 20. We can come in and add or change interests that we're targeting, but for right now, we're going to do a very basic ad. We're not going to get into the interest. We can do that later on in the challenge. I want to make this as simple as possible for everyone. So we're not going to have any interest. We're going to go ahead and click on Save Facebook Ad. Now there is one thing I noticed. Let's see. Nope, we're good there. All right, perfect. So now we're going to do our budget. So I'm going to go ahead and run this ad for $3 per day for 10 days, which is the default. Now you can change that if you want by changing the dates in here, right? So you can see. Now that's going to lead me right up to July 4th weekend, which is fine. I would not probably run the ad. Well, I don't know. I might run the ad of July 4th weekend. I just don't know if I'd get a ton of showing requests. So kind of be strategic about when you're running your ad. But you can see right now it's running it from June 23rd to July 3rd. My campaign budget is $30. Since I've only selected Facebook as my only channel, it's taking that $30, dividing it by 10 days and giving me a budget of 3 days per channel. So I'm going to click on Save Duration and Budget. I'm going to review my ad one more time. Is this what I want? And it's going to go through all of those photos. That looks good. All right, perfect. Once you've reviewed everything, and guys, again, once you click on Publish, you cannot go back and edit. You can pause your ad, you can start it over, right? Recreate it. However, you can't go back in and correct anything. So double check one more time. This is the one you've been waiting for. Pool, check. Spa, check. Outdoor covered patio, check. Wood beams, check. Plantation shutters, check. Pendant lighting, check. Everything you need and want exists in this beautiful 4-bedroom, 3-bath home. Check it out today. See the photo. All right, that looks good. Click below for more photos, pricing, and to schedule your private tour today. That's all spelled correctly. Everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead and click on Publish Campaign.
Zillow has a deep, dark secret about how they actually...
Sorry, you guys. Okay, so let me tell you this. So Marty Miller is on YouTube. He has a channel. I want to be able to have you guys answer questions. This was the day 7 video of the 66 day challenge number 4. And this was the day 7 video. Video number 8 and 9 follow up to this. And number 9 talks about what you do with those leads and smart plans that you can put into place to follow up with those leads. So let me give you a little background. About 2.5 years ago, almost 3 years ago, when Gary Keller announced to Keller Williams that he was going to build our own platform, what he was doing is, initially they said, it's not just a CRM, but they couldn't describe to us what they were doing. They were having a hard time. And Gary committed $1 billion, you guys, to build this out. And everything that Gary does is for the agents, by the agents. So he started with some top agents and said, try this. How does this work? Tell us how you want us to change it. And so they've been developing it over the past few years. And now the goal is that eventually we're going to get to a point where we don't have to use any other outside resources. Like, for example, the example of Snap, Home Snap. We can do that here in Command. There is also, one of the gals talked about mailing out postcards. We had a previous vendor named Michael Lewis Marketing Suite where you could mail out postcards. Now you can do it in Command. So everything that you may ever possibly need to do to manage and run your business, you can do in Command. So I just wanted you guys to see how great Command is. The other thing that's in here is what he touched on, and I don't know if you noticed it, there was a button for a paid ad, and he went through that with a credit card. There's also a button for social media ads. So you can go into designs, you can create amazing designs and graphics, and you saw those pictures that he used, and you can do free ads that you are putting out there and setting up and scheduling to go out on your Facebook business page on a regular basis. So you can plan ahead, you can put things out that are going to hit at perfect times and perfect days without you having to physically do it at that right moment. But we've had all kinds of statistical information from across the entire country that people are spending on about an average of 20 to 30 bucks. And ultimately, by the time they figure out the price they spend and the amount of leads that they got, that they're spending around $1.87. Was it $1.87?
So, yes.
It's $1.87 per lead, you guys. You know, and when I first started real estate 3 years ago, there were people that were paying $500 a lead. And that was just 3 years ago. And now we've got Command and the ability to integrate with Facebook. So one other thing that I love is that Keller Williams is the only real estate company that Google and Facebook will say that they are in a partnership with. So we have a direct relationship partnership with Facebook and Google. That's why every time you log into Command, you need to be on a Chrome browser, because Command is built to work on Chrome. It is built to work with Google because we have a partnership with Google, and they have helped our engineers and our technology people build it to work just right. And Facebook has worked with our people to make these ads work just right. Does that sound great? So one other tip about Marty Miller's videos, don't go back and watch challenge number 1, because when you pull it up, you're going to see the video of Command and it's going to look totally different than what Command looks like today, because that was almost 3 years ago. So watch this most latest and greatest one. When you search for videos in Marty's channel, watch the ones that are most current, like definitely within the last year. Okay. So I'm going to let Cece take over, or if you guys have any questions for me, tell me. We just watched episodes, the 66 day challenge number 4. We watched day 7, and 8 and 9 are great also. They follow into this. And that was one of his longest videos, you guys. Normally his videos are about 10 minutes. So if you can start at day one and watch 3 or 4 a day, spend a half an hour to an hour doing it, you'll get through them pretty quick, and you will be a pro at command, and you'll be able to show those veteran agents in your office how to do stuff, because we're trying to get the experienced agents to change their ways.
Ron, whatever that is, he said in the chat. I listen, I know that there are a lot of you whose heads are spinning because that was way too much too soon. But I hope what it did was get you excited about the opportunity.
I think
right?
you're on mute.
I mean,
You're muted.
Oh, hello.
No, she wasn't.
I was just talking away.
Fine, we could hear her.
You could hear me?
Oh, through mine.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think we heard you through Jill's.
I'm going to get feedback.
Go, I'm going to fix it. Go.
Anyway, what do we got? What were some takeaways from today? Some ahas. What did you learn? Please tell me you learned something.
I would say with this command, I think it's so great to the point that it's overwhelming. So knowing that I can go and look at Marty, it's gonna help me, because I think I kind of shy away from command because it's so much stuff. It's so great, but yeah, I'm gonna start listening to Marty so I can tackle this command, because it's in depth and it's awesome.
It is awesome. And I can tell you, there is no other company that has developed a platform that is so integrated with all these other tools and resources. The whole intention behind Gary's initiative with all of this was to help the agent save money. Because if you can outsource to all these other resources, but they all cost money, right? And so we've been able to help our agents manage their expenses much better, because you have a turnkey operation that's already embodied as part of what your plan is, your split is. So I've been around a long time, and there have been a lot of companies that have tried to do what Keller Williams now has done. And yes, it's still a work in progress, for sure. But it's getting better literally every day, if not multiple times a day.
I agree with what you said, Elise. It's almost like if we're time blocking for leads and to generate all those things, we almost need to time block maybe 30 minutes a day for command, because it seems like it's ever evolving, which as it evolves, we have to as well. So it's almost like we need to time block for that too.
Yes, that's very good, Ryan, because this is your opportunity to build your foundation and to get all your systems and models in place, and it will reward you for the rest of your career, right? Well,
don't put off lead generating.
Oh yeah, that's right. Don't get so engulfed in all of this that we don't lead generate. You can't just get ready to get ready, right? Listen, I'm going to miss you now. I've seen you 2 times in a row. Now you're going to be turned over to other wonderful instructors. But I've so enjoyed my time with you, Jill and I both. I feel like we've connected. And so if there's anything that I can ever do for any of you, please let me know. Jill feels the same way. And I want you to have every minute of your 30 minutes. So what time exactly is it? Yeah, Jill's going to get some screenshots. Anything else anybody wants to share or say?
Hey, Sis, what's home base for you and Jill?
We're in the Smyrna Vinings office. We're Cityside. Yeah.
Thank you, Cece. We've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I was just trying to say you've been great.
Oh, well, I appreciate that so much. It's been a real pleasure. And I want so much for you to just go be the rock star you were born to be, right? You know, don't underestimate the opportunity that you have in this business. And go and just Just do it. I want you to be so successful and happy and balanced all at the same time. And when you figure that out, please let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, so I did my screenshots. I'm not sure who's teaching your class this afternoon. But remember, this link that you got into for today's class is going to be the same link for every single class. Tuesday evening, it's going to be me and Wendy Wasley here coming to you from Cityside. Wendy is one of our top agents, and she's going to go over how to do a CMA, which is also known as a comparative market analysis. Is that the price to sell?
Price to sell.
Yeah, price to sell, helping you figure out how to do pricing. So I will see you on Tuesday. Enjoy your lunch and have a wonderful day, you all.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you. What time do we need to be back on?
In a half an hour.
So we got 30 minutes and we get back onto the same link.
Yeah, you could leave it on if you want, or you could log out, but we're going to log out. So, but yeah, 12:30.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye, everybody.
I need coffee. Oh.
Can you move so I can open the door?
Hey, Keisha. Hi, Katie. Hello, Savannah Nelson, and you're on mute.
Unmute, fix my name.
Thank you.
I'll do all those things.
You know, I bet all these cats just left their computers up and on, and none of them are really here.
Oh,
I mean, it's not time yet, but. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5 of our quap kids.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Awesome. Make sure I have all the things that I want. So I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up this and then let's go to share screen, see how we look.
Okay. Yeah, and I want to do a test of the videos. I have them ready, but.
Okay, including be recorded, sure. All right, it's so I'm sharing, it's recording my screen now.
Yeah, well, it just records automatically.
Okay.
I'm not seeing your screen.
I know, because it's giving me all these options on here. I
Right.
chose, okay.
Click on one of the screens that is showing the presentation and then click the word share.
Okay. Okay, so let's say we want to share this. So this is why we practice, right?
That's right.
Goodness. I wonder why. Okay. That's in PowerPoint. Is that one of the? I haven't shared from this screen, so this is probably why. I have to set it all up. That's exciting. Is it sharing anything yet, or it's just
nope, it's blank?
Okay.
Are we back on already?
No, it's 12:25. 5 more minutes.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh, Keisha, so I think you're the only one that's not muted.
Oops. Sorry.
Which is okay. I was just hearing all this background noise and wondering what was going on.
My child. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey. Okay, you got to tell me how you pronounce your last name.
Lestage.
Because I thought it looked so French.
It is French.
Lestage.
It is
French. Très bien, très bien.
The Z is actually not supposed to be on there. It's an accident when my father-in-law came over from Trinidad.
Yep.
And so once they put it on there, when he came to the States, he just left it. But it's not supposed to be.
Got it. And we have a agent in our office. His mother meant to name him Gerald, but when they, and I don't know if this was the nurse's fault or whatever, what they wrote down was instead of Gerald, they wrote Gerrad. So for the rest of his life, he's Gerard. Even though he was meant to be Gerald. Oh, these things happen. So Katie, you don't have your normal laptop?
My laptop screen is messed up, which is why I'm trying to use my iPad. Here's what it says. So it says share screen, and then it gives me a whole list. Screen, which didn't work. Photos, iCloud Drive, blah, 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 Microsoft, Google Drive, website URL. Which is...
See, I've never done it from my iPad.
I know. I was wondering if this is going to be an issue or not. I think if I use the problem is that my screen is messed up. I wonder if I could.
Yes, send it to me and I'll do it.
Okay, because I emailed it to myself. Sorry. Let's send you these things that I just set up. And then I'll keep working on it. I'll see if I can get it going, but I'll definitely email it to you right now. What I have pulled up is the PowerPoint. I have the PowerPoint and the basic and my edited listing presentation. Mm-hmm. So what I'll do is
well, have you tried to share all of those things and none of them work?
Well, and that's what I'm practicing right now. Let me keep working on it.
Okay.
Let me log log into Command, see if I could get like this, maybe the web page would share, and then I could, let me copy this. Because it's saying you could share like a website URL. So let's put this in.
Okay.
And then and then that shows us sharing now?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll just, let me log into this now. Because then at least I can walk through the, I spelled that right. Okay, I could walk through the designs and the.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's actually could be better.
Could be better. There we go. We found something that works. Okay, check. Let's see what else. So if I copied and pasted any website address, I can pull it up and share it.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So we're thinking that you can do it. Well, I'll be here.
I'll roll with it. I'll roll with it, you know?
Rolling. All right. You go back here and see. We have 36 chickens, which is not a full battery. But hey, until we officially start, I want to say hello to my peeps. Hi, Donnie. Hi, Zahed. Hi, Carol Brody. Hi, Tanika. Hi, Candace. How's our baby girl? Oh, there she is. Okay, let's see if there's. Go up here. I apologize if I'm missing Anthony. Okay, so.
Hi, Stacy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So y'all, I'm Stacy Stubbs. I'm the assistant team leader at Keller Williams Atlanta Perimeter. Some people refer to it as Dunwoody. I like to call it KWAP, KWAP. Katie McKenzie Nelson is our instructor today. She's awesome, and you're going to get so much out of this. And this is super practical because she's going to share her listing presentation, how to do a cloud CMA, how you even create a listing presentation in Command, in Designs. Woo, baby, we're going to cover a lot today. And so this is super, super, super practical. I know up to this point, you may have had, I don't know, theory, whatnot, and you're ready to like, I want to do real estate. Well, Katie will cover how to take listings. So let's see, we're up to 38. Can anybody tell me in the morning class, session 3, how many people made it to the class? Because they're like 45 people on the rolls. Hi, Olga.
There was 45
total this morning.
Yeah.
Say again?
There was 45 total this morning.
Okay, so we are not all here. Oh, we're up to 41, but 2 of those are me and Katie. So that's 39. And Jill did screenshots, the old attendance screenshots. Yes. Okay. It is 12:32. All right, I see people joining. All right. Here goes. This session is due to end at 3:30. Now, Katie will talk fast, and we will squeeze in a 10-minute nature break is now that's what Jason Abrams is calling them, nature breaks. So we'll do that. Let's see, 12, 1, about 2 o'clock, we'll take a 10-minute break, bathroom break. So Are we ready? Katie, are you feeling ready? Okay, everybody say cheese,
absolutely.
cheese, cheese. Elise, I don't see you. There you go. Cheese. All right. Katie, ready to take it away?
Absolutely. Thanks, Stacy. Hi, everyone. I am Katie Mackenzie Nelson. I am a realtor in the Keller Williams Atlanta Perimeter office. I have been in my whole career is in real estate, first in the mortgage industry, and now I'm getting close to 7 years at Keller Williams. So I have learned a ton. I'm happy to share with you what I've learned, the good and the bad. You know, I'll share my mistakes as well as the good things that I've learned. So I am excited to share with you guys about winning the seller. That is our focus today. I think Stacy covered a few of our basics. I just wanted to make sure you've already reported your numbers. Any thumbs up or anything? You can do virtual thumbs up if you want. Have you already done your daily 10-4 and everything? Put in some wins. I can see some of you. Let's see. Look through. Stacy, is that good?
Hold on. Let me go back to. Oh, I had to put my screenshots. So I wasn't looking at the screen. Did anybody? I know it's on today. It's kind of hard to. You probably haven't done anything yet because you've been in class all day. But the bigger question is, like yesterday, did you?
Did anybody have any wins that they want to unmute themselves and share something great that happened as you're out there looking for new business?
Well, actually, I just went under contract today.
That is so
I just thought about that. I am officially binding with my very first client.
Yay! That's huge.
That is.
Everybody's excited for you. Good. We'll keep the camaraderie. Love the chat. Anybody else? And how long is it Audra? How long have you been in the business?
About 3 weeks, a month.
Love it. That's great.
Thank you.
Everybody's so excited for you.
Thank you. I'm equally excited for everyone else.
You'll be congratulating them as they get started, right?
Yes.
Love it. So one of the things that, we want to talk about, of course, with our daily 10-4, are we making calls or follow up with note cards? You guys have been over some of those basics, right? Nod your heads. Yeah. Okay, good. I'll try to kind of scroll through and see what everybody's, feel free to put any questions in the chat box too. So today's focus is on the seller, and it's pretty practical. So I'm going to, bear with me a little bit if it takes me a minute to share my screen, but I'm going to do my best to share everything with you from how I do a pre-list presentation to actually practicing the listing presentation. So I'm going to need lots of volunteers to take little parts of the script. And then you guys probably all have your Ignite book, correct? With all of the scripts and everything in it too, I assume. Okay, very, very good. Stacy, can we start out with the win the listing, the video, develop your listing skills?
Absolutely. Let me pull it up. Now, were you referring to develop your listing skills? The one with
Yes.
Okay.
The 5-minute one. That's the first video. Yep. Perfect.
Okay. Whoop. Hold on. It was ready before I was.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
You seeing it?
Yes.
It's Gene Rivers, and I'm here today to tell you how to develop your listing skills to a very high level. And after you've done that, you'll be able to go in and take over market share. Number one, the best source for listing leads is from your sphere and past client list. The fact is, the people you know the people that are going to be moving, whether it's at church, school, work, friends, relatives. Focus on making sure they understand you're in the listing business. Create a pre-listing package that you would give every seller, but rename it your guide to selling homes successfully in your market. And then give that to people in your database that you know have influence, that's collateral materials that they can give to their friends and refer you. Step two, focus on an area, product, or price range. When you develop mastery of a product or an area, you will much more quickly succeed in those areas. And in that area or in that product or price range, focus on the FSBOs in that area, the expireds in that area, door knock in that area, geographic farm in that area. And I'm talking a fairly tight area, so that the people in that area will really, really identify with you as someone who can help them sell property for top dollar with low hassle in a short amount of time. Now we're at number three. Everyone today that's looking at hiring an agent, whether it's a referral, even a past client, or a stranger who's gotten your name somehow, they're going to check you out on the web. So you need to make sure that your website is confident, that you've got basic, powerful content in there, and specifically that on the landing page, the very opening page, there is a direct offering to a seller. Find out what your home is worth, get a guide to selling your home. But if you don't do that, you're going to miss opportunities, because people will get your name, check your website out, and go, I don't think so. I've seen a lot better sites. Fix your website with a database that you are working on a consistent basis. And with a tight focus, you build your reputation. If you're visible, you will find you will take over more and more listings, and in a very short amount of time, in 12 to 24 months, you will own that market. That's how you take market share.
Was that the right one?
Yes, it sure was. Thanks, Stacy.
Perfect.
All right, guys. So tell me a little bit about what you got from that, and if you've tried any of these ideas yet. Has anybody been out door knocking? Have you introduced yourself to your friends and neighbors as a new agent, somebody who's an expert in that area? Anybody have any takeaways from that video?
Katie, the one thing that I took away from the video is kind of customizing your landing page.
Yes.
So I've been out and clicked on my agent page, and it is pretty basic. And I thought that when he put in there, you know, get is your home price right? Or what's the value of your home? And kind of putting a little bit of that on your agent page would really get them to give them your information and become a lead, rather than just the generic agent page. So I would really look forward to seeing how to add those extra little tidbits onto your agent page.
Absolutely. Thank you, Layla, for sharing that. I wrote in that note down too, website exclamation point, because one of the things, we're going to work in Command some today, and I'm going to show you some designs and how to do a listing presentation in Command. But one of the things you can definitely work on another day is going to be your website and customizing that through Command. Have you started? Just give me a thumbs up if you started like doing that already. Yeah, I thought so. So you can go in there and add in some very specific things, and then write yourself a little note to go look up how to do landing pages, because you can do a landing page for an address or a neighborhood that you want to target. So let's say you want to get people in, your neighborhood or the surrounding neighborhoods, and you can set up a landing page that's a website they can go to with that link of what's your home worth. So that would be a great way to build some leads towards listings as well. So I love that. That's perfect.
I want to, sorry to jump in here.
Please.
Gene Rivers, who is, walks on water. We all think he is amazing, and he is amazing. That video was made in, I think, 2016. And so things have evolved a little bit in the cyber world. And the reason that our KW Command agent pages look so plain and it's just boom, you can search for properties is because they have done scads of research, and consumers want to be able to look for property. Number one, primary, you'll notice that Zillow, Realtor.com, they don't have a button that says, find out how much your home is worth. You know, yes, you want to offer that as a service, but the design of our websites, even though it just seems hideously boring to us, and we want it to be talking about us and offering services, and, you know, that's actually not what consumers are saying they want when they go to a real estate website. So I just want you to have some faith in Gary and Josh and the people at Google that they know what they're doing here. But what Katie said is absolutely correct. There are lots of ways of enhancing your website. Yeah. And I love landing pages. You could do so much with them.
Yeah, when you have a listing, using a landing page is a great way to advertise. You get a free website for that address. So that's a great, you know, advertisement when we go in and have a listing, but also to, you know, market a website that what's my home worth, you know, what's my house worth. That's also another tool that you could use a landing page for. And then as a follow-up to that, I would say the second thing that people are looking for when they look at your website is some reviews. So you can start to add those reviews to your website as you have clients and things, because they are looking to see if you've been in the business. I put this in the chat because I noticed a lot of people were wondering about, let me pull up the chat here. So they were wondering about, you know, setting up my websites too complicated. You know, how do I set up a landing page? All of this. Our office is using Scott Leroy Marketing to help set up new agents and to help get your new website set up. So,
yeah, you better check if your market center is using.
Everybody at least has a new agent contact, right? Like each office has somebody who's in charge of that process. But at Perimeter, we're using Scott Leroy now for that new agent setup. And so there are tons of videos. I love the ideas that people are sharing in the chat too about Marty Miller. And there's lots of walkthrough videos on YouTube as well. Because trust me, I know you've got a million things to learn, a million things to set up. So my advice is always get on your team meetings every week. You're going to learn something about how things run in your office and how to best and easily get set up to start doing business. So, because I know typically people who are taking Ignite have just been licensed. So there's a million things to set up. It is a lot to do. So, okay, cool. So we got some ideas. I know when I first started out, one of the things I did was some door knocking, just introducing myself. You know, even if it's easier to find buyers, I find these days than listings. And so even if you're, hey, I've got a buyer who's looking in this area, that can be a good intro into, do you know of any neighbors who are looking to sell? So there's a lot of ways to drum up business too. The best will, of course, be anyone you've worked with that can say, hey, she's wonderful to work with. You got to call her. But yeah, finding listings is definitely the way to build leverage in this business and to be successful. And so we're going to really try to get some practical things going here. Can someone pull up for me on page 14 and 15 of the Ignite book in this chapter? You've got pre-qualifying the seller. Anybody want to be brave enough to work with me here on on the pre-qualifying and what to do? Because this is our very first step. Okay, cool. Let's see. Do you have your video on? Let me see if I can see you.
Is that Janet?
Yes. What am I doing?
Hey. You're volunteering to read?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, exactly. So page 14, 15, do you see that? Pre-qualifying the seller?
Yes, it's on page 13.
13, okay, perfect. So here's where we're gonna start. So we have a lead, right? And we wanna figure out, are these leads valid? How serious is this seller? What's their motivation? Because you don't wanna waste your time. So let's figure out, are they somebody I need to meet with today, tomorrow? Or are these somebody that I need to be following up with and, get some information on? So we're going to go through. Can you start out with those questions for me on the pre-qualify the seller? Give me first couple things that we're going to ask.
All right. So we're going to ask, how did you hear about me?
Okay.
Where are you moving? What's motivating you to move there? How soon do you have to be there?
Okay.
And number 5, if we sell your home in the next 30 days, will that pose a problem for you? If yes, what would the problem be?
Perfect. Okay, so the idea here is to start a conversation, right? So we're trying to learn about that seller. Tell me a little bit about you. How did you hear about me? Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much to Scott, who sent me your name. We work together. That's so wonderful, right? So little praise for them. And you're immediately sending them a thank you, whether it's a handwritten note, a $5 Starbucks gift card, you're sending them a thank you, right? Okay. So they sent you a referral. Now on the seller side, we're wanting to learn. So tell me about where you'd like to move to. Tell me about, and they'll say, oh, well, I really need more space. COVID has, all of us working from home. My kids are working from home. I'm working from home. It's too crowded. Okay. This is the story of 2020. This is real life, why people are moving right now. So we want to hear from them, what is their motivation and why they need to sell. We want to hear from them. Now, we want them to understand, this market is moving very quickly. Most listings are going under contract, and you want to have a quick fact from our stats that you can share with them. Most homes are going under contract in your area in 4 days, or, whatever the case may be. So you want to know a little bit about that market. And that's really building I'm the market expert. And then you want to, so if we were to get your home listed and under contract and closed in 30 days, would that be, I wouldn't even say would that pose a problem. It's more, would this be advantageous for you? What would be your plan if we moved that quickly and we haven't found you a home yet? And because what I'm finding is most people have a backup plan. They either have a family friend or family member that they could go live with for a couple of weeks. And then once they have their money in hand, they can quickly get in and buy a property too. Another thing you can think about is if they are looking to buy in another city. Let's say they're going to move to Nashville, or they're going to move to another city outside of Georgia. You can refer them to another agent. So that's another potential lead for you, that you could, now you have a buyer lead too. So the ideal situation here, we're working on, and I'm going to explain a little bit further about this, how listings really build leverage for you. And one of those ways is by the person who is selling, they need to move somewhere. So the majority of them are going to buy either in the Atlanta area, or they're going to buy in another city where you can recommend a market expert in that city. So that's something, and then you can get a referral fee. Do most of you know about this idea? Give me a thumbs up if you've heard of this concept. Okay, good.
So Katie?
Yes.
My question would be, how exactly do you find that network for different agents in Keller Williams in other states?
Great question. When you go into KW Command, at the very top of the page, you're going to see Command and the word Connect. So Connect is where you can go and search for agents from any other area. And my other strong recommendation is to join the Keller Williams Rawls Group Facebook page. Has everybody done that? Because that is a wealth of knowledge and information for you. And you can post, hey, I've got a client moving to West Palm Beach, Florida. You know, who's your favorite agent there? And somebody will recommend someone to you.
Katie,
So,
there's also a referrals applet in Command that
yes.
is awesome. And you can literally search around the country. You just type in the zip code or the city and state, and it'll reveal where all the market centers are. And you can zoom in and pick, and then it gives all the agents in the market center, and you can find out who's the top listing agent, who's the top buyer's agent.
Yes.
Whatever. It's the bomb.
I love it. And that's through Connect, correct?
Nope, that's Command.
It's okay. Well, okay. Yes.
I mean, what you were saying also works. This is something newer, I think.
Something newer. Okay, good. We're always evolving and growing and learning new things. So perfect. Through Command, you've got some referral sources. My advice is to check out their bio and then call them, because you're going to get a great idea of who, you know, I've connected with them. They're a great agent in this area. You may need to interview too. Let's say they don't answer the phone. They might not get that referral, but call them, connect with them, interview them a little bit for your buyer, and then recommend them. And that whole process can be done pretty quickly. But that is one way to build a national network as well. So let's see. So right now we're pre-qualifying the seller and we're going through, were there any other additional questions in that right after, if you were to move in 30 days, would this pose a problem?
Yes, there were some other questions.
Okay. Ready.
What would happen if your home did not sell?
Okay.
How much do you want to list your home for?
Okay.
How much do you owe on the property? I'll be sending you a packet of information. Will you take a few minutes to review it before we meet? And then there's 2 more. Do you want those?
No, that's perfect. Okay. So the next thing that we want to find out from them, we want to get a feel for, honestly, in this market, it's unlikely that it won't sell, but you know, you can ask that question and then you can advise them, I am your market expert. I am going to help you price your home right to sell. I have market data that I'm going to bring to our meeting to help you understand what your home is worth based upon what the market tells us. And so we're going to, you know, you don't even have to have all these stats yet, because you're going to be setting an appointment. The whole point of pre-qualifying is to set up an appointment to meet with them. Your key things that you want to learn are where they want to move to, what's their motivation, and just get some details so that you can do research on their property. So you don't have to have an answer for everything yet. The whole idea is that you want to build a good rapport with them and get some information on their property so that you can be prepared for your meeting. Now, if you get some answers like, well, we're just thinking about selling, like testing out the market, we've noticed that this and that have sold in our neighborhood for $500,000. Okay, well, tell me a little bit about your house. Have you done some renovations or updates? No, we haven't really done anything since we moved in, but you know, okay, so now you're getting an idea of condition, right? Because you're kind of getting a feel for what have they done to their property. Because all the basics you can look up on tax records. All right, so the basics of what their mortgage is, what number of bedrooms, bathrooms, etc. Right? You can get all of that. But condition, you really need to see the property to know what we're talking about, right? And that is going to be a huge determining factor in how much you can list the home for, as well as, you know, how quickly it will sell. So those are the top 2 things that we're really focused on here. Now, every seller wants top dollar for their property. That's just a given, right? Every seller wants to make the maximum amount of money that they can possibly make And so your job is to give them the market data and to teach and, you know, educate them on the market and then help them price properly. So one of the things that I really like to do is a pre-listing packet. Okay. So let me see here. Now this is where you're gonna have to give me just a minute here while I pull up. Let me see if I've got the right URL. Because what I like to do is go in and do my pre-list packets in Cloud CMA. So you have your FMLS login, right? And you're going to go from there and pick some comparable sales similar to our subject property that we're going to go meet with them about. And I want to pull up, I have a Cloud CMA here that I can pull up. It'll just take me one sec, that I made the other day. And what I like to do is, now not all agents do a pre-list packet. So this is the kind of thing that can set you apart as an agent and as a market expert, is to do a pre-list packet. My favorite way to do it is to use a runner, deliver a bottle of wine, some cookies, something, just a small gift, $10, you know, nothing big. And this pre-list packet printed out, at least the key pages. You can also email them the pre-list packet. This is the information that you're asking that question. If I send you some information, will you take time to sit down and look through it before we get together? So then you're asking them, can I have, basically you're prepping them for the appointment. So there's a few ways to do this. Stacy had a great idea yesterday when we were brainstorming. She said, send the pre-list packet to their office. That's a great way to show you're in business, you're a market expert, and you're going above and beyond what the average agent does. So now you're also advertising to their whole office, right? Not just them. Right now during COVID, so many people are working from home. I'm finding more and more we're doing lots of.
I can't see anything.
Oh,
Yes.
did it?
Yeah,
you're not sharing
You're
yet,
not
Katie.
sharing.
I know. I'm talking while I'm trying to pull it up. So hold on just one sec. I'm pulling up the Cloud CMA that I did right now. Let's see if that works.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is lit. It's very easy. Now we're sharing.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. So this is the Cloud CMA, and this is going to be, all I did was go from FMLS. I pulled a few comparable sales, and this is a property for a buyer that I'm showing this weekend. Okay. This is the exact same market report that I do buyer or listing. Works both ways. Okay. So I've uploaded, it's got my picture from the FMLS. It's got my data from the FMLS. I did nothing to pull all this together. Okay. All I did was pick the properties and the property addresses that I wanted to use. So this is a beautiful pre-list packet that you could pull together very quickly to give to your client. So it's going to show them, here's what here's what's active in the market, because we want to look at what type of competition they're going to have. Here's what's pending and how many days on market, and here's what's sold. So there is a different class. It's not this class where you're going to actually go through how to prepare a CMA and how to pick the appropriate properties. This is kind of showing you the done side of it. But the basics are, I'm looking for properties that have sold in the past 6 months, are in the same neighborhood or same school district as the home that I want to list and sell, and a similar size, age, condition. Okay, those are your best comps. They're not always that easy, but at least if I stick close to home, then I know I'm going to be able to help them price appropriately. So so again, this data is just coming straight from the MLS. Hopefully scroll through, it's about 10 pages. And again, super easy for you to put together because there's not a lot of, It's not labor intensive at all. All this data is pulled straight from MLS, and you've got all the pictures for the listings. So then they can compare, once they've looked at these properties online, they're going to be able to say, oh yeah, my house is really similar. I've upgraded my kitchen too. Or wow, that one shows really beautifully. Let's get my house to that condition as well. So you kind of want them to have some self-discovery in figuring out what's important. This is probably the most similar to the subject property that my clients, want to see. So this one closed in the summer, 2 days on market, and then it'll give them a similar square footage. So those are the properties that I'm going to show, I'm going to pick one property when I'm meeting with them to tell them this is the most similar to your house. And then I also use this pre-list packet to show them these photos, because these are obviously professionally done photos, which is very important. So they give a wow factor, and not all agents use professional photos. So I am telling you, use professional photos. They cost you about $150 and to maybe $200, depending on how many photos you need. But that is your first impression in the market. So you as a listing agent want to tell I'm going to stop share now. You want to be able to tell them, this is a service that I offer. This is something that is going to make your listing look the best. In terms of the photographers that I have used, within our office, we have some preferred partners. Virtuance is a big one. And you can get set up with them very easily. And Virtuance will take great care of you and your clients. There's also some local professional photographers if you want, versus like a company that does it. And again, the Rawls Group Facebook page is a place that I would ask for recommendations. Who do you know in this area of Atlanta that takes great photos? Who do you highly recommend? But Virtuance will assign a photographer that is in that particular area that you want to list in. Most times they can schedule your photography that week and then get them back to you the next business day after they photograph. So pretty quick turnaround and really excellent way to get top dollar for your listings. But you can point that out when you're meeting with a client too. Hey, look at how beautiful this shows. I use professional photography, and you can tell again when they've used staging as well. So those are really two very important things to getting all of that set up. So does anybody have questions about the pre-list packet and why we would use that? Makes sense. Pretty easy. And then you guys will get more instruction on how to make CMAs as well, so that you can help pick the appropriate properties and get all set up. Let's see. Stacy, do we have the video on the second video on the listing presentations?
Yes, we do.
That we can, okay, cool.
Whoops. Man, those start so fast. Hold a minute. Sorry. So many things to click.
Oh, I know.
Hi, I'm Josh Bass from Vancouver, Canada. I'm with Keller Williams for 8 years and been selling real estate for 18 years. Now I'm going to walk you through my listing presentation, and it's a 3-step process. The first part is preparation. The second part is presentation, and the third part is follow-up. A lot of my listings come by way of referral and repeat. And so when the call comes in and they want me to come over and list their home, I have a conversation about what their needs are. What exactly is it you're looking to do? Are you moving up? Are you moving down? I have them tell me exactly what the reasons are that they're selling for. I get a real sense of what direction that they want to go. One of the things that we've done to make my appointment setting a little easier is we've time blocked. We follow what Gary says. He says time block everything that you do. And we've time blocked our slots in advance for listing appointments. Every day, Monday to Friday, we have a slot available at 4 o'clock and a second slot available at 5:30. So I've got a potential of 10 listing appointments Monday to Friday. That makes my life a lot easier because I'm able to time block my lead generation first thing in the morning and not have my day so loose and scattered, so I'm trying to scramble on where to put a listing appointment. What we do now in our team is we've decided to go paperless with our evaluations, our CMAs. So instead of printing off paper, what we'll do is we'll take it on the computer and convert it to PDF, mark it up with a highlighter from there on the computer, and then create an email from that, email that package off to our client prior to going out to their home to list it. What I do when I go on a listing presentation is I meet the sellers at the door and I have them take me on a tour of the property. During that time, I'm actually asking them to tell me again, to recap again, what their motivation is for selling. So I'm getting them more comfortable with them moving out of their house is what I'm doing. That usually takes about 5 minutes. And when we're done there, we transition right over to the kitchen table. We'll talk about the market, the evaluation itself, and that in itself is about 15 minutes. Once we've agreed upon a price that we're going to list at, we'll sign a listing contract. They sign the initial 3-page contract, they sign the property disclosure statement, and they sign the working with a realtor brochure. Outside of those 3 documents, that's it. I send in my measuring company to come in and measure the home. I send in my stager who's going to contact them to come in and stage the home. And once she's done, then I send in the photographer and take the photos of the home. We always do a follow-up with them as well, just to say, how did that go? What was that experience like for you? Keeps them feeling like they're in control and very much a part of the process. And it lets them know that we're paying attention to every detail on their listing prior to it even being on the market. One of the expectations that I set with the sellers is that I phone them twice a week on purpose. So I set their expectation for me to phone them on Monday mornings with what's called a Monday morning update, where I review everything that's happened for their home over the past weekend with them. The second call that I set them up for to expect is on Fridays, and that's a Friday morning market update. And what I've set them up for is that I'm going to talk to them about any new listings that have hit the market, any expireds that have come off the market, and any solds that have actually just happened since that past week. They also know that on Friday, we're going to be talking about the numbers. Does the current list price that we're at right now still make sense in relation to the latest listings or the most current solds? They know in advance that that conversation could lead to a price reduction. And a lot of times, they bring that on themselves. They say, hey, look, you know what? It looks like we might be a bit high, Josh. Should we bring it down? So it's a natural transition to a price reduction. One of the reasons I choose not to do a pre-listing package is when I'm sitting in front of them, I really want their full focus and attention. I want their attention on me, and I want to be able to ask them questions where they're giving me their full attention and not flipping through a pre-listing package. Most of their questions are going to come straight from their gut, and that's really what I'm looking for. I'm Josh Gaff, and I just shared my listing presentation with you, and I wish you all the best with yours.
Okay, Josh just told you don't do a pre-list package. So you're going to learn as you go through it what works.
And you know what? I think he was actually referring to the listing presentation that you might give them to flip through at.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's true. I don't print out pages for that. I might bring a computer or iPad to show them market data because the main things I'm going to show them are pictures, etc. But yeah, that pre-list packet is just to give them a little taste of what's going on in their market and really to establish you as a market expert and somebody who goes above and beyond. So that's really the idea there, is just to kind of, win them over a little bit before you even meet in person. So any ahas from that video of things that would help you during listing presentation?
That was interesting to hear, Katie, how he mentioned not to include a pre-list packet, because it takes me back to 2 years ago when I was listing a property prior to being an agent, and somebody showed up that I was interviewing to see if they were going to list my house, and they had these beautiful handouts, and I was so distracted with the attractiveness of the handout, I probably interpreted maybe half of what they said because I was so distracted reading and listening at the same time.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense. And everything's pretty much digital now too, in terms of what we are presenting. And so we can do all of that without printing anything. Thank you for that, Ryan. Anybody else hear anything interesting that they maybe wrote down as an aha or a note for going on?
I thought it was pretty interesting where he said to have the seller recap their needs. So it's sort of like having them picture themselves moving out of the house. So that's more like a head trick type deal. I like that.
I like that too.
I liked the follow-up, the purposeful follow-up on the Monday and Friday.
That's huge. Otherwise, what happens if you don't set expectations with a seller is they're going to call you every day asking you for feedback. And what do people think about my house? And what did they say? And, do we have this? Do we have that? If you go in and set up a purposeful, here's when you're going to hear from me. You're going to hear from me every Monday or Tuesday, because sometimes it takes a minute. So you set your day that you're going to follow up with them, because each agent that shows over the weekend, you want to call them, text them, and say, what did your clients think? Do you have any feedback for me? Is there any interest? Can I send you disclosures? So you're really doing a lot more than just putting it in MLS. You're marketing that property and talking to other agents to get feedback to help guide your seller and to help them understand, do I need to reduce my price, change the condition? What is their consistent feedback? So you're setting up that expectation. You're going to hear from me this day, and you're going to hear from me on Friday. So before your Friday call, you're going through, you're checking the market. Has anything new been listed? Has anything new gone under contract? Have any new closings occurred so that you can see what they actually closed for? And you're going to, be that market expert, and you're going to help guide them with, because again, you don't determine the list price. The market determines the list price. The market is going to show us exactly what you can sell your home for today. So I love that. Definitely the 2-call, prepping them for that is wonderful.
I think managing expectations like that makes the conversation around a price reduction a lot less painful.
Yes.
Because, they have to know that, like you said, the market determines the price, and obviously neither drop the number.
Exactly. So when they've kind of, it gives them the control that you're the market expert, but the market is going to determine what price they can actually sell at. And so then you're not the bad guy. You're not the one telling them the bad news. They, a lot of times, and he's right, when you prep them for that, I have a client right now with a listing. It's a condo. It's not moving as quickly as we would have hoped. And we've done 2 small price reductions, and she's brought them both up. So that's very true that they will actually say, what do we need to do? Do we need to lower the price? Does this price make sense? And then you can show them based on the data, yes, this makes sense, or no, we need to do a bigger price reduction, depending upon, what percentage you're dropping the price on that. So I love that. That's great.
So Katie, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When you have someone that has already listed, the listing has expired.
Yes.
The market is pointing to that they're overpricing it.
Yes.
And then you don't get that listing agreement, of course, but if you feel like it's kind of been like a back and forth, even like their own information was kind of like showing that you're overpriced. Yeah. Is that someone that you should just walk away from? Or should you try to still list with them, list for what they want, and just to have a listing?
Okay, so that's a great question because it's very real life right now. We always have 2 markets. We have the correctly priced home, which is what we're going to show them how to correctly price your home. And those homes sell quickly. So we're going to give them data and facts to back up why we need to list where we do. When you're going on a listing appointment, it's an interview both ways, okay? You're interviewing, can I work for you and help you sell your property? And also they're deciding, do they want to hire you? So it goes both ways, absolutely, in determining, will this work or not for us working together? And that's just in the back of your mind, of course. You're really getting to know them and see if there's, because you have a ton of communication with the seller and you want to make sure that you can communicate well. Everyone that I've talked to loves to be a second agent in the transaction. And the reason for that is that most sellers become more motivated and they realize that their home needs to sell, their motivations increase, and they will start to become, oh, wow, we've missed out on good offers, etc. So being the second agent is a good thing. And that's why a lot of people have built a business on expireds, because they're showing you, hey, I need to sell my house and it hasn't sold. And they always blame the agent, which is fine. You know, let them blame the agent and then you be the better agent that really educates them. Because a lot of times agents will just let people pick a price that they want to list at. So what I typically do, we're going to go through this in the listing presentation. I think somebody asked if I'm going to share it with me and share it with you. And yes, is the answer. One of the things that we're going to really try to communicate is a range of what they could sell for. And then, okay, so your home is worth between $350 and $375. Here's why I would price here. And give them, you know, a range of prices of at least usually about $10,000 so that they can price their home and really be invested in that process. So let me try to copy this and we're going to go into Command. So if you want to go ahead and log into Command and have, we can walk through doing a listing. Okay, it's going to make me log in again. So let's do that.
Hey, Katie, do you want them to log in and be building?
Guys, I am super interactive. So my advice is yes. I personally learn best if I'm doing it. So if it's best for you to take notes, do it. If it's best for you to be building your site, do it. But I personally learn best if somebody's showing me how to do something and doing it alongside them. Is that okay? Does that answer the question, Stacey?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Oh, why is it not letting me log in? Okay, give me 1 sec here to work on this. So you guys get logged in because I was logged in. So I don't know why it's making me log in again.
I think after so many minutes.
Yeah, it logs out. Because I was hoping I can just share this and then go right through doing, creating one.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'm going to call out a few names of people that I don't see on the screen. I want to make sure they're not, I mean, if they're here going by an alias.
Yeah, give them credit.
Bonnie Friedrich, Izzy Jassimi, Cassandra McConnell, Folashad, Patrick, Virginia Sisk, and Leon Williams. If any of y'all,
I've been here.
Oh, Bonnie, yes, you have. Yes, you have. My bad.
Okay.
And Ariel, I don't know what your last name is.
Angie.
Sorry, you were warbly. Can you either type it or type it in the chat? Please, thank you. Got it. Thanks, Ariel.
It doesn't want to let me share my command screen now, of course. Let me try this one other thing.
Here we go.
Is it working now?
Well, you're sharing it. Here we go.
Well, I did this earlier and I don't understand why it won't let me, oh, magic. All right. Okay. So let's look through, so we've got we click our red tab, our favorite button, right? KW, and we're going to go down to designs. Okay. So in designs, you have the ability to search, which I've done, and I put in a listing template. So I'm going to go to my print options and pull up the basic listing present. This is your listing template, and this is really what you're going to base your whole listing presentation off of. It's going to be your talking points, and it's going to be the design. Let's see if the design editor will show here. Let's try that. Nope. Is everybody kind of pulling that up in terms of the templates and what they can work on?
I had a question about the template.
Yeah, go for it.
So when I use it, I feel like it's basically geared to like a certain neighborhood, and it's not like an overall listing presentation.
Yes, that's a great question. So the whole presentation is editable. And if I'm correct, Stacy, I believe, who's the one teaching the?
Nick Gore, who's at First Atlanta. Okay.
So Nick is a tech guru who's going to walk you through how to do it. And I wanted, oh, I know what I did wrong. I'm going to do, I know what happened. The other day when I saved it, it didn't save any of the pages. So that was, so Nick also, by the way, has videos on YouTube as well, walking you through lots of steps for getting things set up. This is where you do the landing pages and everything too. We may have to just go into mine if it works better. So there's going to be about 25 templated pages. And you're right, they use Barton Hills, which I believe is in Texas.
Austin, everything
Austin.
KW, Austin.
Exactly, where we're located. So but each one of those things is editable, and you can make that presentation your own, which is what I'm hoping to show you today. Oh my gosh. I don't know why once I go to this page, it no longer wants to do it. Stacy, do you want to share screen with the basic listing template that I sent you, which has all the pages? And I did send you two, one with mine that's edited, and then the basic one that they're all seeing.
Yes. Okay. You said you want me to do the basic one?
Yes.
All right.
Because I want to show you guys what it looks like when you first download that template, and it sounds like some of you have seen that. And then I'm going to show you what let's see if that doesn't show on our command work. It should be in, you should be able to search for it. I think Stacy's going to share the screen in just a minute, and I'm going to go and make sure that I follow along here. Isn't it in designs?
Yes.
Where I created it? Yeah.
Yeah. Can y'all see my screen now? And of course, since I'm doing this, I can't see you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Olga.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Okay, so this is going to be your, okay, so people are saying they don't have that listing template. I want to make sure, this is pretty basic, is can we get to it? Right?
Okay.
How do we search? Oh, add. See the little add button?
The plus in the lower right.
Yes. The plus button is where you're going to add something that's a template that you don't currently have saved in your designs, if that makes sense.
Start a new template.
Start a new template.
Start a new creation, whatever it is.
Okay, so I was having a little technical difficulties. We go to the design tab, and then what's after that?
Designs tab, and then that little plus button that's down in the bottom right is how you're going to this listing template, this listing presentation template.
Well, you hit the plus and then you are going to
search for it.
Say, yeah, and see, are you going to do something print? Is it a social post? Is it a video? You make that choice and then you should go into the WeBrand website.
So which one are we going to pick? Social or print?
Print.
I did print.
Okay.
This is going to be print because this is, you're going to want this as a PDF that you can either email or print. Those are going to be your two options for sending. And then you're going to want to present it.
Katie, are you wanting me to scroll through this?
In 1 second, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so here are the basics. So this is, you're going to add each individual page that you want to use. And what I really want to show you here is what the basic looks like and then how I've edited mine down. So the start scrolling through, Stacy, this is your first page. You're going to edit this to become, okay, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. You're going to put their names in there. You've got your logos for KW inside command that you can use. That you're going to get your photo and name and all. You're going to edit all of this so that it's specific to the client. This is just a standard page. You can keep scrolling. This is where, so Barton Hills, like we said, is in Austin, Texas, and you're going to edit this to be, I work a lot in Marietta and East Cobb. So I'm, you know, mine that I'm going to show you has data on East Cobb, and all of this is editable to be specific to your client. So there's about 25 pages you can scroll through, Stacy, showing these are kind of some of your talking points. My app, and here's how I help you sell. Here's my customized marketing plan. We're going to go through this in a little more detail. But, you know, here's how buyers are finding properties. And again, the whole idea here is you're becoming the market expert to them. And then, so you want to pick the pages that make sense for you in creating your listing presentation. And and then you're going to edit this down because 25 pages is too many. And you're going to be there for hours upon hours, and that's just too much. So this is something that you'll want to work on and edit to make your own. And then when you're ready, Stacy, if you want, you can pull up that one's 22. I think there's 25 available pages, I believe, in that template. Okay. And then, so she's going to pull up for you. Thank you. I don't know why mine won't let me share this so easily. Thank you for your help.
Okay.
Okay. So, is that okay. So see how now it has all of I've imported all of my data, Atlanta perimeter, my contact info, and I've edited this. Some of these pages you're going to use on every single one. A few of the pages you have to edit for each individual presentation so that you can make it customized to their house. One idea is to go run by their house, take a picture of the outside, and then just upload it here so that when you're presenting it, you've got a picture of their house that you could use. Now, okay, so here I've pulled in, this is for the condo that I have listed right now. This gives you an idea. I pulled all of this from Command, the average listing price for that area, what's going on in that market, what their home has, maybe that others don't. You can keep scrolling, Stacy.
Katie, so, isn't it true though that you create, Command pulls the data from KWLS, which is the Keller Williams Listing Service, which is a compilation of all MLSs in the country, and it does the calculations for you. So you did not have to calculate these, correct?
Exactly. So
neighborhood snapshot.
It's called a neighborhood snapshot, which will become your friend. These are my favorite emails to send out as well through Command. But this is basically, you put in the neighborhood name. So this particular neighborhood of townhomes and condos is called Park Air. So I put in Park Air and it pulled the data, and then I just put, I replaced this slide with average listing price, days on market, etc., straight from MLS onto here. And look at my typo.
I know.
You know. So what I did here was just to show you, you can edit and just pull in one property, and you're basically going in and replacing what's existing. You're replacing the photo, pulling the data from MLS, and then you go in and edit each one of these. These are your comparable market sales. So let's do the listing presentation, because that is super important. And I want to spend a good amount of time both role playing it for you and then getting some interactive, we can, you know, be seller and listing agent and kind of go through it. So
do you want me to keep sharing?
Yeah, that's fine. Can they still, I think you guys can still see me since Stacy's sharing. Okay, so let's get really practical. All right, so the basics of what we want to do. We've had a pre-qualification appointment. We've sent them some information to review, so they've started to get an idea of the market. And now we want to dress professionally and show up on time. These are two very basic, very important things that show that you're a professional and they want to hire you, okay? And so the very first thing when we do that, we're going to show up on time to their house, and we're going to do that listing presentation at their house so that we can walk through and get a tour. So, you know, we introduce ourselves. Hi, would you, do you mind if I put down my things over here? So you're going to set at the kitchen table, you're going to put down your computer or iPad with your presentation, your notes. I usually bring a notebook with me so I can take notes on the house, condition, ideas, things like that. And you can bring a lockbox with you, just, you know, ready to go. So you could put that lockbox out. You could put a sign. You could have that in your car. You can be totally prepared to take that listing. You want to show them that, you know, you're in business and ready to go. So the first thing I want to do is I want to tour their house. So please, will you show me around? And you want to ask a few questions. You mostly want to get an idea of condition and how well that compares with the other homes that are within your presentation. And so that when you sit down and talk with them, you can say, look, you have these updates and these things that are going to increase value in your home. So you're just gathering data. Again, you're getting, and you're also building a good rapport with them, because if they trust you, they're going to hire you to sell their home. So the idea is to really, people love to show off. Look at all that I've done in my house. Look how amazing it is. You know, it's the best house you've ever seen is what you're thinking as you walk through there, right? So what we want to do is take a tour, take 5 to 10 minutes and tour that house and get to know the layout and, you know, anything, and say, you know, tell me things that you like about your home. Tell me things that you might change about your home, because as buyers walk through here, they're going to have similar ideas. So tell me, you know, what you see in this home that is, what's your favorite things? What are the things you change? Okay. So those are kind of giving me an idea of, what they have and what they need to do to sell for top dollar. Because again, every seller wants to sell for the most that they can. So then after we've taken a tour, we're going to go sit down at the kitchen table. So we've got our notes, we've got our questions. They've answered a lot of questions. There's a lot that goes into it. You want to make sure, most importantly, that all of the decision makers are there. If it's husband and wife, set the appointment to where they can both be there. You're wasting your time if you just meet with one of them. So be there with all the decision makers and sit down in front of them, you're asking a lot of questions. Did you notice how in that video he talked about he's asking them questions? So recap for me, tell me a little bit again. I know you mentioned that you're moving, you need more space. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? and just listen. Okay. So listen to what they share with you. Take some notes. Is it okay with you if I take notes so that I can remember the things that are important to you? And take notes. Then you're going to, next thing you're going to do is ask them. So what I found in most situations, let's just say standard, you usually have two people selling a house, a lot of times a husband and wife, and they usually have two different types of personalities. You have somebody who's all about the data and the stats, and somebody whose eyes glaze over, you know, when we start bringing out stats. So that's why you're appealing to both people that you're meeting with, is to really, you want to get some emotion involved, some trust, a loyalty, but you also want to be the market expert. So you're showing them the data. So can I show you what has sold in your neighborhood? And that's where we're pulling up the presentation. Let's see. I don't think you're still sharing it, right, Stacy? Let's see. That's where in our presentation.
Did you want me to get back to it?
Just for we're on the comparable sales page, kind of showing, you know, if that's okay.
Yep. Let me just give me a sec.
So this is where you're really letting them know the market is going to determine what we can sell your home for. My goal is to sell your home for you for top dollar in the least amount of time. So I want to show you all of the information that we're working with, and then the stats for how quickly things are selling in your market. We all get some fabulous stats that you could incorporate into your presentation. We get quarterly and monthly stats. And those are, even if you use 1 or 2 pages from there, just to show them the market, it really makes you look like the expert in that area. So the idea here is, okay, let's look through what's sold. And here's photos. This again, the Cloud CMA comes in really handy here because you can show them all of the photos from those particular listings. And let's compare condition to your house. Okay. And then let's compare, you know, this home sold for $250,000 in 5 days on market. This home sold, and look, they had an updated kitchen and they had this and that. Okay, so we're just showing them proof of, and we're working towards that pricing conversation that comes into play in a little bit. So
now on the page you want, Katie?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And then let me see here. I'm going to pull mine up just because I wanted to, and then so we're asking them lots of questions, right? And now you're going to share a little bit about, here's what I offer as a listing agent. I always, you know, use professional photographs. I'm going to recommend a stager who can come in and help you choose. Maybe you think they need to paint. Maybe you think they need, yeah, you can leave it right here, Stacy. Okay. Maybe you think that if they just moved their furniture around, it would make the home look larger. So you're going to give some suggestions, but you're going to bring in experts in each one of those fields because your job is selling, not necessarily doing all of the tasks. We have people who can help and who specialize in each of these areas. So you're at the, let's see, so I'll bring in a stager. I'll be happy to pay for an hour consult for you and let them give you recommendations. And then if you'd like to hire them, they can help you stage your property to sell for top dollar. So there's a process here where you're creating a timeline of what needs to be done before they can get on the market. You're setting up, staging, maybe you have a list of handymen, contractors, people you could recommend so that they can do some repairs, updates, etc. And then you're also setting up professional photography once all of that work is complete. So you're kind of building a timeline with them of what you're going to do, your action plan for getting your home on the market. One of my favorite things to talk about in a listing presentation is our Rawls group of offices. We are #1 in market share. We are #1 in listings sold. And one of the reasons that we are #1 is because we work together as a team. We share coming soon properties within our office. And that's another way, you know, you're kind of showing that camaraderie of we work together to get your home sold for top dollar. I've had great success with buyers and sellers as coming soon properties, finding coming soon properties, and then also marketing coming soon properties. So you want to share with them, you don't have to give them all the details, but you're giving them an idea that they have an entire team working for them in the background, not just you as an agent. So our coming soon campaign, you can launch that once you have a signed listing agreement. So I would like to, you know, market you as a coming soon for a week leading up to it. Agents can see this. They can start scheduling showings for your property and go ahead and, you know, get the idea that you're selling out there before we're even officially listed. So, so the coming soon, and I don't know why it has, okay, so both listed there. So what we're going to do is, so now you've given them a lot of suggestions of things that they, you know, need to do. You're going to ask lots of questions and listen really well. That's really the most important thing during the whole listing presentation, is that you listen. And if you don't have an answer for that, whatever question they ask, that is okay. You say, I am more than happy to research that for you, and I will get back with you on that. And you give them, I will get back with you this afternoon. I will get back with you first thing tomorrow morning. And then that will give you an idea, you know, go ahead and allow you time to go research whatever information you need to expertly guide them through the process. So let's see here. So we're going through, let's see if I can still share that Cloud CMA 1 second.